take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. 'Cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, now it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, there is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm
Load up, locked down, into the fray. Locked in, drop down. Coming in my read, no time to wait. So don't hesitate. Keep fighting till they know your name. Falling, falling, plan of action. Win or lose, there's no abstraction. Take
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Play 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final fight. The grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بي ام اس ال عربي. مينا ريجن من افضل الريجنات في العالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 4 top 1 trong một ngày thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục. Chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بي ام اس ال ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين، اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطولة هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất thường.
büyük ihtimal Wolves derdim.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looked like that.
Нельзя, блядь, сказать, что они удачи, что они нормально сыграли. Там нет неудачных. И те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves Esports. They have Coops. Best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực đấy khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlardı.
Start everything and we'll be ready.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать поинты на плюсах из Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn một lần nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Milan là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn ở bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this benefits us. It's in our advantage. because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Хогийн газар руу яваарч юм дөө тэгж байна. Би. Үнэн шүү дээ. Явдаг гэдгүй. Тэгээд сайн бэлтгэлээ хийгээд байдсан шүү дээ. Ер нь. Даахгүй шүү дээ. Эрдэмтэй хүн дараа. Ийс. Алил гэж явдаг. Юу дээр? Тоглолтын дээр. Тий, тоглолтын дээр. Амдрал амдрал юм уу? Ийш тэгвэл ийш. Амар заа. Яхаар гэдэг юм. Ийш тухай тий бас. Гүнээ. Наа гэж. Ийш. Юу вэ? Амьдралын хамгийн их ноцтой юм ээ. Зээл. 이죠. 좀 없죠. 이게 많다고 해. 좀 없. 아니 하나는 건다치인데. 하나는 건다치. 어떤 거야 이게? 어떤 시리즈가? 사페가 시리즈. 사페가 시리즈도 뭐야? 뭐지? 시리즈가 시스템이.
Өдөр хайцгаа ихтэй наваас зааж болцоо.
Тэгс. Зүгээр босгондаа гэж сонсогтой. Анхааш. Яа. Тал бас хавч. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
Gua ingin meloloskan tim inilah ke grand final karena 2 kali PMGC kita nggak loloskan.
The emotion driving me is like probably a bit of regret. We were so close, especially in the last games. We were top 1 and then we dropped down to top 3.
이제 저희가 작년 세계대회 우승했던 것만큼 압박도 있고
去年はなかなか世界大会優勝 PMG を優勝ということもあってモチベーションがなかなか保てずにいて PMGC に出場することすらできなかったんですけど
I would definitely say I'm coming back for redemption this time. I believe this is my moment to win PMGC this year. I have a really good team. We prepared really well. So if there's a chance to win it, I think this is it.
쉽다고는 생각 안 하는데 저희가 또 PMGC에 왔으니까 저희가 열심히 하고 또 실수하지 않으면은 우승할 수 있다고 생각해요.
Aku senang banget sih di saat ini kita bisa kembali lagi di PMGC yang dimana kita salah satu tim satu-satunya Indonesia yang bermain di sini.
私たちはこれまでにも世界の舞台で強烈なデビューを飾り、このチームがどれほどの実力を持っているかを証明しました。チームメイトを信じていますし、再びやり遂げられると本気で思っています。
I would say I want people to remember that I always tried hard and no matter what the result, I showed up in a good way.
Sekarang waktunya kita untuk bawa piala ke Indonesia lagi.
目標はシンプルです。グランドファイナルに進出し、世界タイトルを取ること。今回は PMGC トロフィーを持ち帰ります。
저희가 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
GA 保持一下吧。DK， 我觉得这个不用多说吧。DK。Hello， 大家好，我是 TT 战队的 King。大家好，我是 TT 战队的派一。
السلام عليكم، معكم عبد الرحمن من فريق RAT سبورت المعرف ب ID 7.
برستيج عبد الرحمن واول فريق متاهل النهائي المركز الاول.
然后今天呢，我们要来预测一下绿组小组赛的一个排名情况吧。那就我先来，这个第一个 GOAT， 他应该是一个世界赛的一个新面孔。
شوف الفريق ممتاز بس انا اكرههم يعني عندي ما ادري ليه ما
他能够叫 GOAT， 应该也是非常有实力的。
第二个 GS， 好像落地打架能力还是比较不错的，第2名。
أفضل توب 6。
Loops 的话，他们在今年在他们那个赛季好像表现也挺好的。
Loops كويسين، أنا قلت كويسين بس ما قلت إنهم ممتازين.
APG 第5吗？前3名看起来你已经有预想了。
حطهم في الفريق.
بحطهم توب 2。
9ZG 这个位置吧，
放在这个位置吧。
RC 这个也算是老朋友了，我觉得可以放在这里。
5-4。
狼队这也是有点底蕴在的，放中间吧。
特别球。
天霸的话，不用说啊，不用说啊。
不错了。
还是 UP
陌生，
放中间吧。
公园的话，分队要打。
لا نحط 12.
DK， 我觉得这个不用多说吧。
DK。
FLC。
إن شاء الله توب 3.
PS 的话，他们打的也确实还挺好的，我觉得也可以放在这个位置。
Team Secret حطهم 16.
كويسين. 回信，
那对我来说有复刻。
第一，好像是有2个首发，由于签证问题到不了，保持原来。哎，
ابى احطهم الاثنين تحطها خير؟
لا
这玩意خير。
哎，我好像不对吧？
很多以往的比赛吧，他们确实打得都很好，都枪很硬，尤其是那个 Rosemary 嘛，所以我觉得排在第2，这个肯定是没毛病的。
لا والله حرام اي سي والله مفروض هناك.
بعدين جو تحط اي سي.
اي سي اتوقع انه يعني مفروض اعلى الصراحه ودي ان دي توب 10。
有没有需要小小改动吗？
大家我选一个，你选2个吧。主要我第一次打不是很熟。
猜拳输的先选一个，然后再猜拳输的，然后再选一个。剪刀手不好意思啊，不是我愿意的啊，不好意思。剪刀石头布，你是不是心里想的也是这个？所以也是不太了解吧？对。
هذه توقعاتنا وامنياتنا نتمنى صراحه انه التيمات العربيه كلها توب 3.
希望大家都可以好好加油，狠狠的打我的脸，好不好？
فنشوفكم الفاينل يا جماعه.
拜拜，
拜拜。
За сайн байцгаана уу? Намайг Алтан гэрлээ өгтөө Бүрэн Баяр гэдэг. За тэгээд топ нэрээр Alpha Gaming багт тоглодог. Анх ерөнхийдөө Astra Academy гэдэг багаас ерөнхийдөө мэрэгжлийн төвшин рүү одоо ингээд яг full тавьж ирсэн. South Championship гэдэг тэмцээнд ерөнхийдөө авраг аваад яг мэрэгжлийн төвшөнд ингээд тоглож болох юм байна гэдгийг ойлгосон. За хуучин Stalwart хахад манай багт IGL хийдэг байсан Pika гэдэг манай IGL байсан. Ерөнхийдөө яг Pika-г явснаас хойш ерөнхийдөө миний тоглолт бол амар унсан. Амар унаад тэгээ ерөнхийдөө аюул жоохон тийм шаналх маягтай байсан л да. Тэгээд за Pika-г явсан ч гэсэн одоо надад том зорилго байгаа гэж амар тийм бэлтгэлээ ерөнхийдөө амар ахиу хийгээд тэгэл ер нь гайгүй тэрхэндээ орсон да. За өмнөх хэдэн жилүүдэд ерөнхийдөө одоо ингээд харахад байнга ингээд ам гарч ирсэн санагддаг. Одоо заавал авраг аваад ингэн тэгэн гээл. Одоо л ерөөсөө тэгж бодохгүй. Яа тэгэхээр бүх багууд яг ингээд скейл ур чадвар одоо бүх юмараа ингээд дэлхийн бүх багууд яг адилхан төвшөнд очсон учраас ерөнхийдөө яг нэг тийм амар улаахгүй байгаа. Тэгээд яг одоо өөрсдийнхөө бэлдсэн юм гаргаад үзнэ. За ерөнхийдөө яг өдийг хүртэл явхад намайг одоо ингээд хамт бүтээлсэн хүмүүс байгаа. Тэгээд аав ээж эхнэр одоо тэгээд хайртай татны хүмүүс, найз нөхөд одоо биднийг дэмжиж байгаа фэнүүд тэгээд одоо бүгдэнд нь баярлалаа. Бүгдэнд нь маш их баярлж явдсан шүү л гэж одоо хэлье да. Тэгээд бид одоо энэ тэмцээнд ерөнхийдөө чадхаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
Alpha Gaming showed their true power in day one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, day 2 of Group Green. Today can be make it or break it for some of their squads that are trying to make it to the finals, but who can challenge those top 3 teams? APG, Inner Circle, and 9C Globe, and one team that definitely can. It's gonna be none other than Alter Ego, and I have Rose Carey here with me because this man has been performing quite well. What can you do to carry the momentum? You're just 1 point away from top 3.
Oke, Rosemary, bisa dibilang kamu salah satu player yang sangat bagus di Alter Ego dan sekarang kalian ada 1 poin doang beda sama 3 besar. Apa yang bakal kamu ngelakuin buat memaintain performa kamu sekarang supaya kamu bisa melayakkan diri ke grand final?
Mungkin dengan bangkitin mental anak-anak dan bangkitin mental sendiri biar kita juga mendapatkan hasil yang maksimal lah, dan ya ngelakuin yang terbaik aja sih tanpa ngelakuin kesalahan sedikit pun.
Yeah, of course, we gonna maintain our mentality first in order to qualify to the grand final, and then other than that we just gonna perform like usual, and then we just try to minimize all the mistake that we will do in the game. That's all.
If you had to pick one mistake that you're definitely looking to improve, what would that mistake be?
Oke, kalau bisa dipilih satu kesalahan yang kamu mau diimprove lah.
which is horrendous, by the way, considering Tiamba was on the cards for a strong central position. Rondo can be quite cruel at times. Okay, it's to be sure. Icon, though, looking to be an icon in this game. Takes down 2 from Reject, and Divine just has to send away. The only thing holy here are the rest of his players layered with bullets.
Oh, that is really unfortunate. A little stumble on one of the walls there. I think 2 of them got caught up in the traffic jam. For Reject, that's going to cause them to lose 2. There is still a recall beacon that they could access. I think Divine is beelining for it right now, but might meet Tiamba, who is sending in that same direction. So potential for both of those 2 teams to have a little bit of a nightmare here, or maybe they'll just take it in turns, play friendly.
Nico getting shot out by 9ZG, who've been doing fairly well, but right now down towards Tinlong Gardens, a bit of a journey for them to get past Papra Supermassive. I think the blue likely will envelop both of them entirely before this fight concludes. With Kamikaze playing here, this is the awkward position for 9ZG to deal with. Tiamba actually gets the recall off. They wrapped all the way down towards the southeast side. Okay. It works.
It was one player from Tiamba going for that recall, and Divine as well. Tiamba got there first, so now Divine may be locked out of it with the blue zone pushing in. You can still recall, though, even if you're in the blue zone. Let's hop on with Reyes, though, as he spots Kamikaze, but Kamikaze is just too quick on it. Does manage to dodge out the way, steps out for more. He wants to trade. He wants to keep it going. Has the AUG, and there's no bullets left to face him. Goodness me. Kamikaze is on an absolute tear for Papra Supermassive. He keeps stepping up. Divine desperately wants this recall, but Tiamba don't want to give it to him. They are still locked in a 1v1. As Aking can't quite find the way out here. He went in, got his teammates back up, but maybe he is the price they will pay. With the auto shotty around the side, he has the disadvantage, and Divine keeps them in. Reject now. Look for the recall.
But the Tiamba just abandoned the poor fella. And why are they coming back in?
No.
Maybe to get the recall off again? I'm not sure, but this feels wrong. Oh, he's actually getting his team in. He actually pulled it off.
No way. Divine able to get his team back. They will be out and into the skies. Reject, though, will be playing on his 3. And they're going to recall themselves as well. Do they camp this out? Do they wait for the teams above? Because they're not going to get another recall here. I think Reject just have to play as 3.
Yeah, of course they're going to play as 3. I mean, that's insane. I mean, just smoking and getting it done. I guess that's why the rest of Tiamba is just sending there so quickly. They don't want the recall to go through. But regardless, Divine commits. Divine commits. And this time, that is quite holy, you know? He sacrificed himself for the rest of the squad. What a martyr.
Brilliant stuff coming through. Well, that's well, actually, not so brilliant. Very messy. And Tiamba making interesting decisions there. Reject playing on a 3. They lose 1 more as well, so they are now back down to the 2 that got picked back up. Loops scrapping with Team Secret, by the way. This is over towards Jadina City on the outskirts here. They've yet to cross the water.
It's taken a while. Definitely it's taken a while. Team Secret and Loops both struggling. Falcons finally make their way down. I don't mind this position over on the northeast side as well. It does cut off the western position in terms of those sight lines, but looks like they're just going to send it over towards OG. OG is looking to face off against them. But with that circle, I think at this point in time, you more than likely to head down towards the beachhead, try and wrap around, play something in there. Gen.G, though, has a fantastic spot, and Wolves can take advantage of this position as well. Maybe across the road, pick up that compound. I think that's the smart decision to go for. Let's keep those lessons from yesterday. When it looks free, it's probably free.
Team Secret spending a lot of time out here, picking through the box, and I hope he's not got his UI covered up, because there is still a Loops player in the wings with 1 first aid, and he is going to have to step out now. We'll hear these footsteps waiting for the cross, and immediately he's going to take him down. You can't get the res here. There's no way that Team Secret make it out of this one. How many more points can Loops claim as he finds another? Looks to try and take down the rest of Team Secret. Xerus will put him down, but they stayed there too long. They weren't aware of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Tiamba, they've moved up, so have Reject over towards the Wolves.
Okay, I mean, Tiamba was able to get in. They took a knock and a flush at the start there. QCZ makes a fair bit of damage. Wolves look to move in, get some more damage done for themselves. An immediate flush over towards the left-hand side. And this should be easy pickings for Wolves. I say that as QCZ starts to go a little bit crazy.
Oh, it's getting a bit wild here. Still, not much HP to play with. Not much ammo left either. He is going to get taken down by Doran, but the damage is done to the Wolves. Oh, this is going to be nasty. This is going to be tricky here, Blank, for the Wolves now. More damage done to them than they would have liked. They're on 2 players remaining.
Okay, D+, since yesterday with Chips taking down 2 of the players from OG, they thought themselves, well, maybe we can do it again here. Already 2 players down for OG, 1 player left alive in AKOP, and it's a lovely nade. Pin around the side of the vehicle, pops the vehicle, and pops OG.
That is what you want. Well, not what you want to see if you're an OG fan, but for D+ fans, they'll be happy with it. 4 players alive. They're playing on the north side, though, and they are a little bit squeaked out on that edge. Not too easy of an approach to the rest of the circle. As we hop on back with APG in a similar location as well, though. GS scrapping with them on the hilltops, and Esso able to find Ziol, get the flush, but just about able to find it before the flush, the re-knock comes through. D3S from the high ground now finds a second player on APG, and another goes down as well. APG really suffering now on the north flank.
APG has been surrounded by teams quite a bit here. I think they've tried to carve themselves out a little bit of room, but here on Rondo, it's quite difficult to carve out areas of the map just because there's constant recalling happening. And that's the difficulty, right? Is that as much effort you put in, you're always going to be fighting even towards those later zones. This is why having compounds, having strong position on the map is so important, because it's less about, you know, playing for position. It's more about getting a breather in these games, you know, taking a moment to be like, right, we don't want to fight for 5 minutes, so let's just conserve ammo, conserve utility, conserve players.
The game now with no recalls left available. Krypton for Alter Ego. They're playing as 3. Getting peppered. And Gen.G hoping that the circle goes to the middle. Alter Ego have to back it off. Krypton stayed a little bit, well, actually, probably moved just about in time. A hard south shift gives Reject maybe an outside chance here, but you imagine the Wolves are going to be pushing across. You think that teams on the east side, maybe GS, transition down to crash onto this area and see what they can find. These buildings, pretty hot real estate right now.
Apollo finding Xeris. It's taking them down. Reject now with 2 points on the game. It's not amazing, but they're getting something done here. For Gen.G, if they win this game, it will be the back-to-back, the technical back-to-back from yesterday, finishing out last Miramar with a win, and starting today on Rondo with a win would be fantastic for their point scoring. Currently in 7th place after that chicken dinner from yesterday.
A lot of big Elim games as Doc takes a nade, bounces off the back tire and up to the side window there. Blasts him through with a shrapnel. And there's the flush coming through as well. Goat on 5 Elims. And DS now looking to move into the last player of Falcons. Koa can't stand up to it. And D+ keep themselves as 4. They're not in this zone. And they get lined up towards a lot of damage being sent out their way. As Top readjusts as well for APG. He's just in this next circle.
It's much better from D+. I think that they threw themselves into the deep end a little bit yesterday. Just started taking fights. I know some of those fights honestly weren't going very well, but I'm glad they were just like, we sort of need to get into the mentality that we're big dogs, all right? Because at the moment they were playing so weak, they were playing so scared, and now they're just rapping a lot. And yes, some of these fights are messy, but there's definitely more confidence here when it comes to taking those engagements. And I think that whatever has happened behind the scenes there, whether that's a call made by a coach or a call made by one of the players in the team, is we just need to start giving our all here and just start taking fights. It's been the right call, because I think all those players are really good in their own rights. We've seen them play at high levels in the past when it comes to fragging power. I think here it's a case of, you know, shaking off the years like dust as you come into the big international.
Absolutely necessary for defending champion team, at least D+ to put the best foot forwards. Hopefully try and change that around. Teams are starting now to move in towards these buildings. You can see Wolves still holding out on the east side of that compound, but Goat is the team that's looking to try and breach on towards it. They're not having the best of time though. D+ with Alter Ego at the back. Hosel has a nade bobbling down towards him and he doesn't quite spot it. Another nade over the top, finds Snape, and there is a little bit of an answer. The cover flare nearly lands on Alva's head, so he does need to be careful as they tumble down. Roll in the D4s, Blank. Hopefully they're going to be more 4 than 1 as they just nearly take Alva down with them. Goodness me.
Dude, if I'm Alpha, I am terrified. I think he was even considering holding the angle or not. He backed up, but these are some great nades. Pop Snape once again. Another one over the top there, getting very close. Decent air burst. I think they will just leave their 4th player to go down there, but the blue starts to push in, and D+ kind of do have Alter Ego's number here. Wait for a big nade towards the back, and there it is, leaving now D+ with just the 1 player. That nade has to be efficient. It's all down to Nolbu.
Needs to get these reses. It's not going to be easy. There's off angles to deal with as well. APG actually taking shots. Top's going to have to move, but he's busy. He's taken down the South Koreans in the meantime. They are confirmed. Oh, another nade. Oh, that's nasty. It's going to do so much damage. And I think Nolbu, yeah, he's just going to give up the ghost because the vehicle's going up in smoke now as Krypton just keeps on layering down these nades. Papa Supermassive not getting stuck into Alter Ego just yet, but they'll crest the ridgeline. They know it's just Nolbu left standing. They break one down low. He'll go for the challenge, force them up high. They're playing off one another. Top still in action and will be able to help suppress the angle, but it will be Alter Ego to get all of those Elim points tucked away. It's going to be D+ down. 8 Elims found. A lot of heavy Elim teams are already out of this one, Blank. Maybe we'll see one of our lower Rondo Elim chicken dinners here.
I ain't gonna lie, I think the most dangerous thing there for D+ was not Alter Ego, but instead the vehicles around them, which they did not respect and just let explode in their faces. In the meantime, though, it is Alter Ego to try and send away, but some great shots there coming through from Genji, who are, like we say, looking to put the back-to-back on the cards. GS move into Reject's position off of the distance there. Just in between, playing Piggy in the middle between Apollo as well as Sarah. But what a fantastic moment from Divine earlier to get this far into the game for the rest of the squad.
Certainly is. Rejects, I mean, they're very happy to be able to survive this one out as long as they can. Sit in those buildings, see if they can defend it. Genji likely going to have to cross the road. Doran, keeping things going. Moment, I mean, Genji, a big win for them here. Would see them up probably towards the top 3, Blank, which would be a real nice find for them. Starting on 40 points, getting a 20-point chicken dinner total. That's very, very doable, and they're the only full 4 team. I'm thinking that we might see Genji up in that top 3 spot. We'll have to wait though, because plenty of teams will try and extract a toll on them as they make their approach. They're flanking out wide. They've put that 2-2 out, but they're going to have to regroup it.
Yeah, the only thing that concerned me yesterday from Genji's win is like watching those final moments with the UMP shots. I felt like the sprays were a little bit concerning in terms of capability versus some other squads. So it's just that firepower that concerns me for Genji. I will say in terms of rotations, like they've looked pretty good so far. I just will say that their firepower somewhat lacks versus some of these other teams. In this particular circle, though, I don't think there's really anyone else that challenges them out massively. I do think that they play their cards right. You know, it doesn't matter the gun skill at all. As long as they set up the angles, they refrag one another, it should be a Genji win.
Ooh, well, that shift, though, does make that a little bit harder. That Genji win maybe a little bit further out. But, as you said, the numbers, I mean, it's just such a big advantage to be playing with all of this leeway. Sarah, though, it feels like he's got Claws on lockdown at this point. I think Claws knows about it. Oh, Sarah's not taking the peek out this way, not just yet. He'll know that Claws is peeking up, and that's a brilliant pickup for Claws. What a shot. Excellent reactions coming through for Genji. And he steps into the garage, he's tucked away the vehicle. This should pretty much confirm it.
It proved me wrong, I guess. But I'm okay to see it. I'm all okay with him proven wrong. Good to see the improvement there from Gen G. Apollo on his lonesome upstairs, and feels like Divine sacrifice was all for naught. Apollo looking for the heal, and now up against 4 players. Like I said, the refrag is there. It's easy peasy. Reject go down in 6th place. I don't think Sarah should have peeked that. I don't think it was necessary to peek that.
Yeah, you wait
It
for
really
Gen G
did just
to move,
leave
right?
Apollo, yeah, high and dry, and now Gen G has the high ground position in the center of the circle. So there's some, and I would say it's probably quite categorically bad maneuvers happening from Reject during this tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, there must be a reason they're in 15th place right now, right? It's not been a great run for them, which is a bit disappointing, but someone's got to be 15th, someone's got to be 16th. Trombi, the last to stand for Papara Supermassive, they go down in 5th place. With their 8 elims, though, they'll make quite a decent impact on this game. But Blank, a lot of teams have had in that 5 to 9 elim boundary, which is quite interesting. It would be one of the more spread out Rondo points earning systems that we've seen, I think, since its release into the PUBG Mobile ecosystem.
Yeah, it's been a really slow game. And I think that's mainly because there's just so much fighting all around the map, which led to one team getting 5 or 6 points, then they would get taken out, and then another team would get those 5 and 6 points, then they would get taken out. In the meantime, though, here's Gen G. Dammy finds Snape to start things off. But it's Doran to find Satan. Claws immediately goes for the smoke, but Doran will finish him off. So that's 12 elims right now for Gen G. The Wolves aren't giving up too easily.
Gen G spot that cross, Claws with the nade, looking for Igor. Doran on the back line. Thank you. Dropping the smokes here. Nice little cover off. You can see that he's protecting against teams eking across the side of going a little bit further out. Dammy, though, has that high ground plateau and may be able to just see something just about over the top. GS with their last player as well, hiding in a corner, very, very central. Could last out quite a while. Igor with a nade, actually able to find one of Gen G as Doran looks to get across as well. The regroup is there. Quick isn't going to be able to get through, and the flush is there. So now we're 2 versus 3 with D3S as the outside wild card.
For Gen G, let's be quite honest here. A 3-man split at this point in the game is diabolically bad. I don't know why we're going with a 3-man split here. Yes, you want to cover all the buildings, but you're almost certain that this is just straggler teams. And already they showed us that they can play a 4-man refrag position over towards Apollo and Sarah, and they just need to clear out this building. So this is just like, I'm not sure what the plan was, but it's opened things up for Wolves. Both those eliminations, they don't happen for Wolves unless Gen G opens the door for them. And Gen G left that thing completely unlocked and ajar. So if Wolves is able to win this game, it's completely on Gen G.
I think GS win this game. Just saying.
Okay.
I feel like these two teams are going to scrap it out. They're going to forget that there's another player. Or not forget, but be more preoccupied. And I think D3S has this. For no other reason than for the vibes. I think it's entirely unlikely, but I did like saying it. And the zone's closing. Fairly central. It's on top of Wolves. That gives them the advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, GS is just hiding out right now.
Nice camping.
Yeah, I guess so. You could say that. I mean, GS has struggled a little bit, but, you know, you try and get some points where you can, don't you, really? But it's not going to get them top 3. It ain't going to get you top 3. It might not even keep you at top 5.
Well, any point's a good point. At any stage, you take the points you can get. We'll see what he can go for. I don't think Quick is aware of the player on the ground floor. I mean, maybe he is. He's playing on the corner that sort of counters it. But D3S has not made a move in a long while. The blue zone will force it as the flares start to drop thick and fast down the main road. That's going to make it a little bit more navigable in these close-range fights. These smokes are starting to dry out, but Quick has managed to get across here, Blank. The question is, how safe is it? They have regrouped fully on it. They've let D3S actually stay alive, alone in that corner.
Are these the fabled Wolves walls coming through with the emergency cover? The Wolves Doritos, Doran the Dorito thrower. As he goes, attempts to go upwards. Nice damage there from Gen.G on Dami, but he goes actually just going to push it up. That's very aggressive.
Oh, but he finds the first. No, sorry, hang on a minute. We're on with Dami. Yeah, he's immediately lining that up. D3S is chiming in, though, now. If he can find one of Gen.G, it's a 1v1v1. Nade in hand, maybe closer to the middle. No, needs to step a little bit further forwards. Doran is low.
Oh, you're evil.
Can't peek out because Dez is there. And he's cooking the nade. Quick push back, and he launches it forwards. Dami goes low, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Dez now with a chance for GS. Will he be able to find it? Gen.G desperately wanted to close it down, but the healing needs to come through from Dami. He drops the Molotov. Oh, that's a huge Molotov. Forces them to play all on the outside, but they just about keep it under control. I thought I was going to be right. I thought I was going to be there. But Gen.G get a big chicken dinner that will catapult them up the tables. They're looking for the top 3 on the end of that match, and the technical back-to-back is true.
Again, slightly, there's some things about this team that are concerning for me, though. And I think that is my main issue right now, is I have concerns. And again, I do like this team. I like what they're trying to achieve. I think for a team that feels more like an underdog right now, they're doing very, very well. But there are just some moments where I'm like, that feels very wrong. And I think in a full 4v4 there, Gen.G does not get away with that type of behavior. But yeah, I think for Gen.G, it must be very pleasing. And that buffer, though, might be enough if they can continue to improve their performance, get them into the top 3 and keep it up. Again, a few of these players have been around for a very, very long time. I think Dami, for him, this is a dream come true on the big stage.
Absolutely. It's brilliant that they're able to take things forwards, keep things going. Under the Gen.G banner, I'll be very happy to be able to pose for a second photo. You can see they're practiced at it now, and they are going to be able to take that one. Get back to business. Let's get back to business with the desk, though, and see what they had to say.
Max power, I'm about to go, we're doing better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on, we're doing better. Hitting roller coaster, come bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. Faster. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster.
And Gen.G win the last match of the day yesterday and the first match today, and they did it in style, Max, man. This Wolves push, though, I don't know what these guys were thinking here at the end.
He got went a bit too crazy mode there, okay? He went sicko mode, and unfortunately, didn't quite work out for him. I'm not sure what the decision, what the reasoning behind that decision actually was, but you know what? He gave it a fair shot, and it didn't quite work out. They lost a lot of players for very unnecessary reasons this match, but you know what? Gen.G, a very slow game here, Niptura, very steady. They had a 2-2 split, fully regrouped on the northern side, then go back into this compound. Do split a little bit too much. I fully agree with John and Blank what they were saying this game. They definitely did kind of split their forces at some point that did risk that win, but you know what, Gen.G? It's a back-to-back win. This is the year of Mina for PMGC.
Yeah, and with as many elims as they got, I don't think they really care that much, right? Dami with 1,000 damage, and what is that? Hang on, quick math here. 11 eliminations off the top of that win as well, so a big point game for them.
Huge game for Gen.G. And honestly, this is one of the teams that we highlighted at the top of the show because, you know, they won the last match of Miramar yesterday, and we were like, okay, which teams in that mid pack do we think could really push into that top 3, right? I was like, Gen.G looked good there towards the end, and then bam, they come out swinging in this rondo. What was that? Yeah, 11 eliminations. No, yeah, that's way more. Yeah, we got a whole bunch here. Yeah, you got Dami here with 5. You got
analyst math. Analyst math.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what's going on here? No, these guys went crazy here in this one. And another team that went crazy off the rip, we heard an interview with 7, was the Falcons, right? I mean, look at this crazy hot drop here, Max.
I don't know what to say about this. This was bad and good for Falcons. It's like they got 7 eliminations and a hot drop, so definitely can't fault them for trying to get as many eliminations as they possibly could in the early stages, but in a circle, not getting anything. And actually, Niptura, we were having a back and forth about this. They sent every single player into Neox, and they didn't have a recall backup, meaning that if they lose that fight, they're fully eliminated, and here, 0 points. They were donezo from the get-go.
I hate that so much because Inner Circle are an elim-heavy team. They thrive off of getting those eliminations, and to just go full send all 4 into a hot drop when you have that recall ability on a map that is going to give you the most possibility of eliminations of any of the maps is an insane idea to me. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm going to be kind of harsh here. I have no idea what they were thinking.
Oh, this recall, though, that was so clutch from Divine. There's no way down to the last second. He gets it and revives his teammates and actually get pretty far, right? Apollo and Sarah get really deep into this match, get a few extra placement points, maybe eliminations too, I believe. So that was literally the best recall so far of 2025, Hot Jukes. That was such a good and intense play. Tiamba almost able to punish it, but it was not quite meant to be, and he does pull it off at the end.
Dude, 100%. I was so hyped when I saw it. He threw the smoke down. I was like, just go for it. Why not, right? If you're able to get 3 players up rather than attempting that 1v3, that is the ticket right there. And honestly, that could be the play, right? That literally makes this team survive, guys. Because I guarantee you, like, if Team Reject doesn't pick things up, they're going to be right there, you know, just trying to get past that bottom 5. And especially when you got teams putting up as many points here in this game. Look how top heavy these points are, Niptura.
Yeah, I mean, it's so top heavy that even rejects who are in the top 5 aren't on that first page of match rankings. That is insane, right? There's just so many points being grabbed here by so many teams across the map coming in here, and 25 points for Gen G is crazy. I mean, with how close those leaderboards are, I need to see the overall rankings like now.
Like yesterday, show it to me.
Like
90 Global only going to get 3 points this match. So again, they keep on slipping after their 2 first good games of yesterday. We haven't seen too much presence from these guys here. Looking at Dami, the MVP of this match. 5 eliminations popping off. But actually, we're talking about Dami, of course, doing a lot in their transition back into the compound to claim that position to make sure they secure this win. Claws, Niptura. Car 98, I know you were getting hyper about that one. That man with the long-range sniper was popping off.
He really was, and Gen G in general are popping off. Second place they jump into. Second place! I mean, it's only 3 points ahead of Inner Circle, right? So if Inner Circle hadn't gone out so early, we probably would see it kind of flipped. IC would probably still be on second place. But Gen G coming off the back of a big Rondo, and that's just the importance of Rondo, right? Yeah. It's like you can go from 10th place to second just like that.
I mean, actually, John is telling us, if you include the 2 last chicken dinners, because this is a back-to-back win, right? We just got from Gen G.
That's right.
Before the last Miramar of yesterday, they were in 11th position. 2 back-to-back wins, they're up in second place. Maybe trying to play catch-up with APG and able to overtake Inner Circle. Thank you very much, Mr. John, here with the numbers. But what a performance here. But now the question is, right? Gen G, after a performance like that, Hot Jukes, can they hold down the fort? Can they remain in top 3 for the entirety of Group Green?
I mean, we had the question for Inner Circle, right? They couldn't do it in 1 game. That's how crazy it is, right? I was like, oh, they got a little point sponge. As long as they do okay, they should hold on at least for a little while. But just like that, boom, Gen G overtakes them. And so that jump, you know, that we were talking about from 11th to second place, it's still possible. There's plenty of games left to go, so a lot of different squads can accomplish that, right? But getting back-to-back chicken dinners in a lobby like this is going to be pretty tough, Max Man.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, of course. I mean, the lobby has leveled up significantly. I can already see in the first game here, Niptura. Teams are maybe a little bit more sweaty. Just saying. It's like, whoa, we're seeing some rotations that are looking pretty good for some teams. Some teams holding off, desk camping a little bit. We can say it. We can say the C word. You know, the camping a little bit at the end of this game. He's able to get himself some extra placement points, snatch away a second place. Always really happy to see that come through. I was really happy in particular with GS, right? Trying to hold off Reject on that wide rotation of Jadina. They knew that was going to be potentially a weakness of theirs, and they just set up the bridge camp in Jadina City itself. I respect plays like that. So GS maybe initiating a bit of an ascent in the leaderboards.
Yeah, sneak attack 1000. I also have to shout out D Plus a little bit there. DS and DK and AE going back to back over on that hillside, right? Those cover flares just throw an extra bit of chaos into the mix as well. But those nades were on point on both sides. It was really tit for tat there for a little bit. So I'd like to see more of that coming into a wrangle because both of them were really fighting, and we know D Plus Kia had a rough day 1, but even though they weren't able to really convert it to points, I liked what I saw from them in this Rondo.
I'm even thinking back at this entire game, guys. We had an EMP zone that actually did something.
Yes.
It was dead center, and it just Jumbo with mid rotate. Guys, don't worry, it's just an EMP zone. And then the cars just stopped working. It was like, Oh, damn it. They forced to actually go for the recall play and bring back some of their teammates as they were stuck there with, I believe it was GOAT team.
That's right.
So EMP zones, if they're dead center of a phase 3, phase 4 situation, Hodrix, that can really cause some issues on your rotations. And in this case, it was so damn impactful on that team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tiamba were on the move. They didn't even want to be there, right? Boom, dead center EMP, and they were just stuck. So, I mean, that was by far the most brutal EMP we saw. We saw the most crazy revive recall tower, right? And then we also saw the most amazing cover flares from Alter Ego, right? What do you think about those cover flares, right? Hey, those cover flares are tetrahedrons, right? They're not spheres. Last time I checked.
Yes.
Max.
You're asking me a math geometry question.
They're triangles, not circles, right?
They're pyramids, actually.
They were rolling down the hill like crazy. It was wild.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful about that one. I wish they put them actually on top of the heel itself. That way they could have peaked a bit better. But regardless, Krypton, Niptro, we saw in that fight, his nades, I don't know how he did it. His Spidey sense were tingling in that position, but he just knew exactly where the D plus Kia players were. And they were just, he got a massive double nade to open up that fight eventually. So really happy with Krypton. He's really stepping up to the plate just like he did during PMWC.
Yeah, I really loved as well what we saw there from another one of the AE players. Can't remember who it was, but in the buggy, as soon as that knock happened, he was on that buggy around the side trying to get some info. So great play.
Well, let's take it on over to the 7WG for a big interview and hear what these players have to say.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Gen.G Satan, a team that's currently jumped up to second place with the performance they're currently putting out. But I want to go back to yesterday. You started off slow in a way. Was it due to the fact that you had 2 new players in the squad?
عشان شوي عندكم مشاكل لأنه عندكم فريق لاعبين جديدين لو لا؟
أكيد صراحة يعني إحنا ما لعبنا مع كويك وكلاوس حتى ولا سكرم واحد، فإنك تقدم بطولة عالمية PMGC بظروف كانت جدا قاهرة للفريق، يعني يوسف وأجين كان ودي انهم يكونوا موجودين اكيد، ولكن لعلها خيرة من رب العالمين بان يعني دخلوا معانا كلاوس وكويك. صراحة جدا معجب فيهم، اساطير والله.
He said that, you know, it's tough. We didn't even have a single scrim with Klaus and Quick because they are standing in. He wishes that he had his team Yusuf with him, but they came in, they're doing really well, and God willing that they'll be able to go all the way with them.
Well, I mean, you've been able to jump up to second place. You got him back-to-back wins if we count the last day for yesterday. With 10 or more eliminations, what has been the biggest change for the squad?
عندك 2 تشيكن دينر وكل بيها 10 قتلى 10 بوينتس واكثر. شو التغير صار؟
دائما اذا جبنا تشيكن باخر يوم معروف جنجي، اذا جابوا تشيكن باخر يوم باليوم الاول، اليوم الثاني يدخلوا بفورمه قويه. وبصراحه تغير يعني اشياء. الكوتش نايت يعني ثانك يو كوتش، صراحه قاعد يشتغل معانا بشكل كثير اسطوري، قاعد نشتغل كمجموعه يعني بشكل حلو.
He said that Gen.G is well known. If we end the day with a chicken dinner, we're going to come day 2 very strong. And he also wants to, you know, the whole team is doing well, but he wants to shout out to Knight. He's been helping them out a lot when they go back.
He is one of the most experienced coaches. His 5th PMGC, if I'm not mistaken. Congratulations, Satan. I like seeing this man smile. And they're also trying to continue to shock the world because Mina has been performing so well at PMGC. Back to you guys.
Mina is crushing it. Are you kidding me? I mean, look at that. I mean, I guess these are the scrims for Gen.G. I mean, who needs them, Max?
No need for scrim. The PMGC's the scrims for Mina right now. RA, they scrim. RA were just scrimming for the finals. That was it. That's all they were doing. And Gen.G gonna do the same. Like, yeah, it's crazy that they're that successful actually, right, Niptura, knowing that, of course, they have 2 newer additions. And despite that, they're looking really good. Their synergy was on point. Sure, they played a little bit split this previous game at the ending in that compound, but man, Gen.G impressing me a lot after what they did in Mina.
Yeah, and that quick flick by Quick over for the last Elim, right, to win the match is really, really impressed me as well. So definitely some big skill coming in here. I'm just so surprised that they didn't even scrim with him. Like that level of synergy with hardly playing with your 2 new players is unheard of. So really, really great stuff at PMGC of all places.
That's how you get it done, guys. You know, you got to be able to perform when the time comes here. You got to be able to settle those nerves and hit those shots. We got the first match of Erangel coming up right here, right now. Match number 2. Let's take it on over to John and Blake.
absolutely banging to get into this Erangel. We are gonna be absolutely on for a treat, I'm sure. From the northwest side of the map, as we head on over Zaki, nobody dropping out yet because the plane path hasn't opened its doors over towards Milta Power. Blank. It was a pretty messy close down, I think, to say the least, over that last match. But Gen G are getting straight back into it. They're out the plane path almost immediately.
I think the guys on the desk are right. Is that Mina has been doing very, very well, right? I think it maybe I'm slightly harsh on Gen G. I think they've been doing fairly well. There is just some worrying moments for me is all. I do want the team to succeed. It's just a case where I look at some of those plays and I'm like, that's gonna lose you a final position if that continues over the rest of today and into day 3. It's just some of the things that I want to see shored up. But not to say, because like I think also Hodju said it quite well, is that Ego's push from Wolves, that was also pretty silly in those moments. I think that whole end game, like you say, John, was fairly messy. But we'll see what Gen G can get done. So far, it's been pretty successful. I think their biggest strength right now is getting towards that late game as a 4-man. They are very, very good at navigating some of these rotations, some of these circles. I think it's some of that decision making towards the end game that could be doing with shored up. And it's odd for me to say because they're coming off 2 chicken dinners. I want teams to succeed, so I try and figure out where the problems are. That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's hey, it's kind of what you're paid for a little bit. Doc, though, hoping to get paid for the bounty on Bond's head as he goes for the Serpentine, but ends up sticking it into a barrel. Not ideal, as Bond now able to get into a building, and that's going to be APG diverting. You don't want to stick around too long. You don't want to waste too much time, especially when you don't have a weapon, and inside that building, you know there's going to be one found. So get out of there for APG. They'll be moving on, trying to stay safe. You can hear those bullets already pinging off the back tire.
I will say it was pretty bold of Bond to try and knife Doc whilst he was in the vehicle. I don't know if he caught that, but as he swung past him on the side, he actually tried to go for the slice onto Doc in the front seat. I mean, you get what you got to get done there. I mean, any little damage helps. Also, we go over towards Lipovka. Quite a empty circle to start things off here. D+ just towards the south side of Rozhok. And for D+, some of those rotations have been a little awkward at times, but again, they are fixing mistakes. They are improving, but they need to get way more points now towards the end of the day to try and see themselves in towards the top 3. Main point of contention right now is just not to be down towards the bottom of the tables. That bottom 5 will be going out right now. It is OG, Falcons, GS, Reject, as well as Team Secret, who are in danger at the moment. And with, to be honest with you, for OG, right, a lot of the rotations are pretty slick, right? And I definitely wouldn't hesitate to say again that this is probably some of the best rotations we've seen from India as a region in a long while. Their issue just lies in firepower. That's it. That's really it. I think honestly, in terms of international performance, rotation wise, getting into a strong position, OG's great at it. Really good. It's that confidence game in the 4v4s where they're kind of lacking on right now. I think most people have said it quite clearly online, which is a case of that 4v4 firepower is the thing holding them back. But what I don't see a lot of, if people's praising them for the smart gameplay and strong rotations coming out from the squad, which is a little frustrating for me, honestly. Because I do think that there's now like a lot of hope being put on True Rippers over in Group Red. And the idea is that their firepower is going to be the thing that carries them through. But yeah, I think it is undeniable that OG right now have some of the best rotations. In fact, the best rotations coming out of India in almost forever.
I mean, Yeah, it seems like it's much more mature than obviously the earlier days of within the PUBG Mobile scene when India had their sort of region there. But certainly since their reintroduction to the PMGC ecosystem, the PMWC ecosystem as well, it's looking a lot better. It's unfortunate that they haven't been able to find too much success in this group so far, but there is still more games to play, and hopefully those rotations can be brought to bear for them.
On the other hand, I mean, your Falcons underneath them, you know, are a star-studded squad, and right now they don't look like that. You know, the stars are missing. It is a completely empty sky for the Falcons. And although you'd think that that would mean they could fly clear and free, it's not the case. Something's stifling them at the moment. Ralph said it was some of those initial rotates which they are struggling on. And already they had a much better performance over on Rondo in terms of early game, but they need some more of that late game presence.
That is definitely going to be needed. I mean, those later games are really where you start to pick up a lot of points. As we said before, right, at the early stages, you could survive 15 minutes. That's not a guarantee of any points at all. You could survive 20 minutes. The same thing is true. It's when you start to get in towards those next few minutes that really start to matter, and having that power into the late game, that huge points earnings potentials start to appear for our teams. Which is why average survival time, I mean, it's an interesting statistic, but it can sometimes be a bit misleading. You think, oh, that's only a minute difference, right? That's basically the same. When you're talking about end games, that is a huge amount of points difference that is earned. And you could almost take off the first 20 minutes of that average and then do that sort of comparison. And you get a better picture of just how strong a team is at moving into that late game.
Yeah, I think I looked at it before, and I think the difference between like 21-minute average survival time and a 23-minute average survival time is something like 40 points almost. It's kind of crazy, actually, the amount of points gain you get off 2 minutes additional over any one squad. But it is specifically over the 20-minute mark where things start to change a lot. But so far, some of our teams are definitely getting towards that 20-minute mark, but just not quite beyond into the 23, 24 position. At that point, even if you do get that far, you go out in, say, 8th, 7th, it's only one placement point, or not even one placement point. You drop out in 8th. So it's definitely difficult. Definitely difficult. APG making their stop off. Wolves no longer really playing around this position anymore. They used to keep a scout out down towards the south side in Baton. But honestly, Baton was getting battered quite frequently by APG as they would just send direct into that gas station. And I think this is the right choice from the Wolves, which is just to play as a 4-man up towards that north side and just give up playing down towards the south from now on. It makes a lot more sense.
They have obviously moved up there. You can see leaving Baton still as an outpost, but over towards Sunken this time as the circle goes over to the Yaz Fields. We haven't really had too many keep those Yaz Fields in. That position that OG hold right now, a little bit of a command spot over the Yaz Fields. Leaving it to the south may be a bit tricky. Maybe they want to keep more presence across some other areas. They don't want to regroup fully onto it. Leaving it entirely, I'm not sure. That would allow a team like Team Secret, beg your pardon, allow a team like Team Secret to fly on in past that Yaz bridge, leaving down from the north side and get a very valuable spot. So I think they want to keep that one under control.
Yeah, it's a very difficult circle, this one. With the Yaz Lake on the north side, Yaz Fields as well. You have a lot of space that is sort of unavailable to play, and for most teams they're not even thinking about playing over towards the northwest side of this circle either, so you're cramming a lot of teams into a very small area. I think this is one of the maps where, you know, stage 3, you're probably going to see 3 or 4 teams go down there.
Looks like Wolves have found the east point of Rosok. They have condensed onto it under the purview of loops, but they do have to potentially march a little bit further east. Good access out to the east rotate paths, though, for Wolves, and maybe actually cutting loops off a little bit, with the Falcons a little bit further out as well. Loops have fewer options than they once did. GS, they're moving in from the south side to the east of Pachinki over Potato Hill, but they've got Gen G ahead of them and they've got APG behind them, Blank. So a difficult hilltop to hold in that sort of scenario.
APG rotating far on the south. I think for APG they could remain like in transit for quite a while. They could even wait until stage 3 before they really make a big move, because then you can make a big swing. And I think at this point in time where you're on the outside of the circle anyway, it's unlikely you're finding a strong position in the circle at this point, where, like we said before, there's a massive amount of area that's cut out in this zone. And so many squads have already picked basically the map clean of pole positions. Alter Ego, though, I don't mind their spot on the south side of Yas Fields. It'll keep them alive for quite some time. But for them, it is a case of trying to catch up now. With Gen G hitting second place, 65 points, it has been a tremendous and speedy approach towards the top side of the table.
I mean, it just goes to show you the volatility in general that we've been talking about, right? It has allowed them to do this, right? Because of what APG did yesterday, because there was this very, very flexible tables Gen G have been able to slingshot themselves up. That will start to happen less and less as we isolate in. A big shift out to the west, though. Let's talk about this, because we're going back to school. We're going back to apartments, the hills to the south, the position that Wolves had taken control of early on the east of Roshok. That's going to be really valuable for them as well. We're moving away from those Yas Fields too.
Yeah, I think for Falcons, this is like kind of their time, right? It was interesting because I think yesterday Junior was saying on the broadcast from the Indo scene that honestly, the fact of the matter was that Falcons don't really know how to play from Pachinki in terms of those initial rotates. And I sort of agree with him. I think that because they are so center, sometimes they kind of flub the initial rotate from that position. So it's always interesting to get the opinions from the other broadcast talent. I don't understand where they're coming from, what they think, and especially for us who've watched Falcons for quite a while, John. You know, we cover their region as well. It's nice to have some outside input.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to have a fresh set of eyes. Nico, not feeling super fresh though himself, as Papra Supermassive lose one to the Gen G roll down as they continue to make their approach towards this next circle from Potato Hill. Of course, they're already in it from that south side, but maybe they want to establish themselves more. With APG breathing down their neck, can't blame them. Reject, hoping to have a little bit better of a rotational set than last match. With Alter Ego right there, that's going to be very tricky.
Let's get a move on, but already a lot of shots raining down on them. They just have to get away. No divine intervention this game. We'll just have to send off into the distance. There's D plus down towards the southeast side, though. I think the main feature here is that barren land over towards the eastern side of apartments and school, where a lot of teams are going to kind of struggle to play in. If this continues to go dead center, you sort of have that one singular tiny compound towards the middle of the map here, which is going to become a very, very useful position. Right now, it's kind of rubbish. It's kind of rubbish. Not many teams want to play it, but if we do keep heading center, you will see teams start to fight over that position, and specifically on the eastern side of apartments. A lot of times with those circles, you can see 2 or 3 teams playing apartments towards the end game.
That's potential to get a little bit chock-a-block in that zone. We'll see where the next circle's going, though, because we're about 10 seconds away from finding out. D+, holding out on the southeast side. Still fending off people in the area. And that is a bold flex out from Satan there for Gen G. He's just going to get punished, and it's not going to be happy. A north side shift here, though, Blank. And the Wolves just keep getting happier. OG as well on the north side. Team Secret, who felt like maybe they'd had to move probably about in the last 3 circles. Again, can go a little bit slower, but their approach is still very much difficult.
Opera Supermassive making a quick rotate out. That's from the south side, trying to pass by Gen G. and currently are under the purview of GS. Now, for the Falcons, they do have a fairly decent position right now, yeah, but I think they need to regroup. I think they absolutely need to regroup. This is a big old test for Narvalo here. Cannot quite find the second. Koa needs to be successful on this one.
Oh, does not connect with any of those shotgun shells. And Papra Supermassive, they sweep the leg. The Falcons stayed split too long, and Papra Supermassive all too happy to add those points to their tally. Falcons just disappointing on their performance here. A nade in for Alter Ego, who have crashed into this compound that generally is sort of nigh on unassailable. They haven't got a flush just yet, but Krypton are going to keep the nades rolling. Won't quite connect on this one, and the res is starting to come through now. Rosemary breaching forward, Snape as well. AKOP on the door, they drop the smokes, trying to play a little bit of funny business as WizGod stands back up, but an immediate re-knock at his teammate. Alva gets the nade onto the off angle too. WizGod to the upstairs. AKOP looking to try and stay alive, but they are just falling. Alter Ego handling every fight as they come, and then now it's just WizGod. A nade on the inside, and he's blasted back by Rosemary's shot to the feet, making him dance.
Great clear from Alter Ego there. I'm still sort of reeling from this, you know. I don't understand why there's not an immediate regroup coming through from the Falcons over towards L block, or regrouping with the two players on the northeast side. In my opinion, regrouping on the northeast side would have been a way better scenario to go for. There's very minimal areas to play here. You know that everyone is gonna want a little bit of L block. It's just... It's greedy, but I don't even think it's greedy from Falcons. I think it's just slow, honestly. I think that they're slow to figure out what they want to do next. They don't regroup in time. By the time they're thinking, maybe we should get back as a four-man, they're already assailed by other teams. So, yeah, the decision-making needs to be quicker there. Tiamba up against Team Secret. But just one player in A-King left alive. Good shots from him with the S12, but has to reload.
Popped off though, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Low HP, sure. Loki dancing around the door frame here in a 1v1 as the fight in the middle actually popping off as well. You can see the picture-in-picture. That's GS crashing in. Gen G have been dismantled in the meantime. Papra Supermassive, they've been there for a while. It's no longer Gen G. It is just that two-team fight. Papra Supermassive looking to hold off their compound against GS, who very successfully crash in there.
Nice.
The 1v1 does conclude though.
Tiamba A-King with the 1v3. That's crazy. But Alter Ego now yet again give him another marker, another challenge to solve. And I think it's very unlikely he gets out of this one alive. Alter Ego will pick up this position for themselves. But well played, A-King versus Team Secret. And Team Secret's having a horrible time of it, currently in 16th place. Papra Supermassive right now versus GS. DS3 will find one up the stairs.
They already have done a lot of damage to Papra Supermassive. We saw them crash into the remnants of Gen G. We've seen them now take on the majority of Papra Supermassive, but both Jafar and Icon are down. Shots come through actually from Redox from the Falcons. Even as two, they do still have a very solid central position. And now, oh my goodness me, in a circle. They've just careened into the side that GS took earlier. Maybe they can keep this one going. They have got the three players up and in to fight against GS's three, with Jafar going down to the flush.
For Inner Circle, it's been a long and tumultuous journey to this position, but I think this is the right time to try and assault over towards L block. You get to the point where, honestly, you see a lot of fights have concluded over here. Finally, things start to die down, and as you hear those final shots ring out, that's when you look to send in. I think it's a smart maneuver from IC. They just need to make sure they conclude this fight for themselves, and I don't think there'll be any more players looking to join in on this one. So it is a great time to try and finish off. IQ moving up with the hovercraft, and now you do share a little bit. D3S on the upstairs building. Double nades in, does find ESO.
Ooh, and now Phylax on the hunt. That's a dangerous place to be in the sight lines, but there's a good hold on the staircase for the first. Hops over, gets the flush, immediately is traded off, but Inner Circle lose another player here, and I wonder if they're aware of Kamikaze on the outside. I don't think they necessarily are. They may have not spotted that one across the way. They rocked up to the fight a little bit later, so maybe Kamikaze allowed to stay alive a little bit longer. As APG struggle on the hilltop, I say struggle, not really. Divine was the last to stand for Reject, and he will fall. That res should be okay. Will Goat take an angle to it, though? Or are they going to be more preoccupied getting towards that Falcon duo?
Yeah, Doc is obsessed with running players over. Honestly, it's happened, I think, 4 times now. I think he's definitely got the highest amount of vehicle eliminations in the entire game. He's trying to set a little bit of a record or something. Killer Joe underneath. APG with the 4 players they have playing on this ridge side, then get rid of Go. They have a much better time of it. Though APG actually do struggle versus Go. Go has surprisingly good firepower in the 4v4. Already, though, Rosemary's making things very hard on this angle over towards the north side. Takes down Reefus. And they're penned in. Falak as well on this off angle. APG suffering. And once again, do you know why, John? It is because they do not respect sightlines.
It's the Rosemary sightline, you're right, over towards Falak as well. That really has stalled them in this fight, and now it should be easy pickings for Go to just roll on over. They fall, and they have sort of met their mark of getting about 5 points average per match today so far. They have got a couple on board, maybe a little bit shorter than they would have liked. But now it's the time for Goat to move as the circle pops. We're going north. I mean, this is Alter Ego's time, right? This is their chance to really go for something big here. Push themselves up to maybe even challenge towards that top spot, right? With APG going down on 99, they could get pretty close on this match.
Well, they could. But again, I'm seeing 4 players split across the entirety of the north side. It's worrying. I think it's one of the few times where actually it's pretty good. It does work. There's a lot of positions to play from. Still, they're just scared. You know, I would like a slight regroup towards the end game. God, that's frustrating having to expend another nade there. That should do the trick. Snake will take him down. Curious to see how many nades have still got left. I think 3 on Rosemary, so the stocks are still pretty high. 11 heliums on the game and their angle is very, very nice. It's just the amount of times they've been in this situation. I feel like Alter Ego could be on a very similar scoreline to APG if they had just regrouped a little earlier in a couple of these matches.
Kamikaze, he sacrifices a lot of his health bar, but he takes the hovercraft that was delivered earlier by Inner Circle. He's going to pop it through, see where he can get a big block in the way of gunfire as well. So he's going to rock forward. He's just going to play behind it. The nades from IC going to immediately try and take this thing out, go a little bit longer. Kamikaze needs to stay. No, he's not going to do it. Falak lands the nade. Needed more health, needed more healing. A nice idea, but I feel like maybe the buggy not in the blue zone would have been a little bit better.
I mean, you want the maneuverable cover, right? At this stage of the game, having that is great, but in comes Go over towards Falcons, the 2 final players remaining. If they're able to get this 2v4, you know, it's a 4th place. That's actually fairly good in terms of a salvage, but it's not looking likely.
They've taken down one already. Last player for the Falcons. No, last player for the Falcons gone. They will be eliminated in 5th place, but Wolves are actually chiming in. This is a really difficult compound to play with, Blank, but 2 knocks already found towards Go. That is huge. What a pickup. And Wolves are going to storm down the gates. Alter Ego lining up on the north side. All too happy to let this one go through, but always caught in the corner. Doran is just going to get caught by surprise there for the Wolves, and that's going to be nasty.
The Wolves down to 1 player, by the way. And honestly, takes a lot of damage. The 2v4 is real. And Wix and Kraken's able to finish it off. Horrible sneaky maneuver. The assassin in the corner. It does work out, though. And Alter Ego on their lineup. Again, I think for the Wolves, though, honestly, that was the right time. That was the good call. Is that you want the high ground compound with the walls surrounding it. You hear the 3rd party pop off. And I think you just have to say to yourself, we got to go there. We have to go. So well played to Wolves. Sad it doesn't work out. I think Goat just has some extremely good clutch potential in these engagements. IC versus Alter Ego, who are currently very split. I think that they do have the manpower to make this work, though, with only 2 teams with 2 players on side. Not if Snape goes down, though.
Oh, he's just about staying alive. Rosemary is immediately there just in case. I don't think, yeah, there's only 2 nades left on side for Inner Circle. Wakes up on the rooftop, able to find the first. The nade from Rosemary steals the Elim away. It's not going to go into the goat bank. And now Falak's left alone. And he will be no more. Rosemary lands another nade. And 8 nades on side. 4 Alter Ego, the 4 players alive. The 19 smokes. I mean, for GOAT, this is a really, really difficult task.
Okay, I'm actually okay with this. They're playing a little slower, right? And they're also playing... They're playing a little bit slower. They're playing 2 and 2, making sure that one player is always alive to pick up the other. So there definitely is some considerations to what occurred yesterday. Rosemary on the roof.
Oh, he's immediately catapulted himself up there. I mean, you said they wanted to play it slow. They're changing it. The denial comes on through. All right, okay, go take the points away from Alter Ego's tally. They don't want them to challenge for that first place. But I think that's what, like a 21, 22, maybe 23-point game for Alter Ego. That's going to put them up in the high 80s blank. They're going to be having a good time of things. That will put them in the top 3. The question is, how close to APG can they continue to get?
I'm so confused by the denial coming through. It's kind of BM, if I'm honest. An international like this. I mean, also, if you just get 1 nade or so, get maybe a double. They already took the 2v4 versus Wolves. What's to say they can't do it again versus Alter Ego? Somewhat confusing, but yeah, there you go. But for Alter Ego, I think there was marginal improvement, right? In terms of the way they played out those final moments. There was a lot of one-man splits before yesterday. This time around, there was a lot more consideration to having someone as a backup to res, if needs be, who was outside of sidelines. So very well done.
Yeah, excellent stuff for Alter Ego to close that one down. They'll find the chicken dinner, put themselves in a better spot. Let's head to the analyst desk.
And that is the first chicken dinner from an Indonesian team in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. And man, could it not have happened at a better time. First off, we got to talk about this buggy play from Rosemary, Max, man. Oh my gosh. He ends up launching himself onto the roof. GOAT heard him on there, and they were like, you know what? Let's get out of this game. Let's go to match number 2. Let's see it.
Calculation happening. Yes. Trajectory on point. Oh no, slow down. Okay, wait. Now trajectory on point. Come back.
And
right on perfect landing. And GOAT just like, that was too good. Nade ourselves now. I can't believe they denied. They didn't even try, Hardjukes, to take the 2v4. Like, no, that was too cool. We surrender.
Too cool, dude. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. And look at these points, these stats. I don't know. That was insane, Neptura.
It was a masterclass of how to control the zone. I love that so much from AE, and able to back it up with so many eliminations, right? I love how methodical they were in every single stage of that end fight, right? Because they were looking towards the whole big thing with GOAT and Wolves and all of that, and then they also knew IC was on their side. They decided, no, we're going to leave that fight alone. We're going to go to IC, get rid of them, then we can decide what we're going to do from there. It was really, really nicely played from them.
Yeah, and you know what? They got this chicken dinner, right? And it all started with a push onto OG. OG get gifted the circle there in such a dominant position. And what would have happened if OG ended up winning that fight with AE, right? I mean, they could have possibly got a lot of points. What do you think about that defense from OG in that play, Neptura?
I'm so annoyed because that zone, the way that zone shifted and their position in it, played right into their hand. That's exactly what they've been waiting for the entire Gauntlet stage. They wanted that big split on the north side, on the edge, open ground, love it. But they just sat there. They were like, oh, we got the zone, and didn't do a thing about it. They didn't try at all. And so AE were just able to run them over, run them down. I mean, if OG wanted to give them the compound and, you know, regroup to the hills, I'd have been fine with that because at least they're playing the game. But for some reason, they just crumbled, and it's so unfortunate because they could have won with this. If they had played like Alter Ego, they would have won their first game.
I mean, you can see at the end of this game then in the recaps, after that fight was won against Orangutan, Alter Ego just start completely controlling the entirety of this circle. There's not much that can really happen, though. Wolves and Goat fight. We saw that Hodgix at one point, they didn't check the bush angle behind the wall. It was Twix, he was hiding in the shadows, and that completely destroys the push of Wolves, despite it being, I think, timing-wise, perfect. It was so well timed out from Wolves, but unfortunately didn't quite work out as we go through the game recaps. And I just want everyone to pay attention to the boys of Inner Circle. They dropped Zaki. Apparently, I didn't even see. Okay, that's an interesting one. They dropped Zaki on early rotation. They send it over to Heaven to the eastern side on a big, wide northern rotation, which I do like. They go there on phase 2, I do believe. Here, they snatch away that position out of the hands of Alter Ego. Boom. There you go. Right into Heaven. And then the circle just hates Inner Circle. It's like, oh, we go to the western side. Inner Circle, very smart. Wide southern rotation all around, next to Pachinki, into school. Good entry point to the west. Eastern shift. I mean, there's a certain point where just the RNG is not working in your favor. And in this case, Inner Circle were done dirty by the zone.
Oh my gosh, they were I feel like we need some of that meme music, right? While they're trying to chase that circle, because it was brutal. But yeah, you just saw right there, Alter Ego. Once they got that push on OG, they just dominated the zone, Nepturo.
They really, really did. I love the split that we saw coming out from them, just making sure that no angle, no stone was left unturned. And the result is 23 points. I mean, far ahead of even Goat, who had a great game today in this Erangel, right? 13 points, 10-point difference just because of the control they were able to grab. And it's just crazy how one team can come out and dominate the whole thing, because if you look down the leaderboards of these stats, not bad points, right? 11 for IC, Wolves getting 7 points. I mean, that's a pretty average game, but for AE to come out and just get 23, now the rest of them are like, oh, you got single digit, you know, points. That's kind of bad. No, it's not. AE just too good.
Yeah, we actually seen some good points for some bottom squads. I mean, Tiamba, Team Falcons getting a few points here and there, trying to just leaving the bottom 5 is already a win in itself. If you can go even high, if you can try and contest top 3 at the end of today or in tomorrow's 6 matches, even better. But right now, you just want to be out of that bottom danger zone in the bottom 5. As the MVP of the game is Alva, even though I would have to say it's all Alva's the MVP or the Buggy's the MVP with Rosemary.
Yeah.
Those Buggy plays were clean.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've seen a team just nade themselves because of how sick that Buggy play was, right? Some person driving. That's how you know it was just sweet, sweet victory there. By the way, I do want to talk about that point you talked about earlier, Max Man, right? With the Wolves, right? When they did that push onto Goat. As soon as I saw that push, I wish you guys could have heard, because I was screaming. I was like, check that corner. There's always a person in that corner. And they got taken out from there. But look, Alter Ego now going to second place. Gen G go down to 4th place. And one team I definitely got to talk about here, Nepturo, right, is 9Z. They have gone all the way down to 7th from 3rd.
That is a crazy stat. They had a really strong day yesterday, fairly quiet compared to maybe, you know, the big games of APG and IC and all of those folks. But 9Z were able to be so consistent. 20 placement points, 30 eliminations. That's exactly what you want to see when it comes to those points. But today, they've just struggled so much. I think in this last game, they got 0 points. So now, especially as we start shifting into the halfway point of Group Green, right? That is not the time to be slowing down, Jukes. Not at all. They need to now step up in these next 2 Erangel games. They got to bring it all, because they are in danger of losing it.
And I'm still waiting for that Papara Supermassive Blaze win. We have yet to see it. They got 14 placement points total over the course of all those games. That is quite a low placement point average. And they have 41 eliminations, which is comparable to some of our top teams here, Hot Jukes. Papara Supermassive Blaze, I need to see a solid late game finish from this team. Not even a win, just a good top 3 placement points on board. As of right now, Papara Supermassive Blaze are really struggling to go from mid game into the late game. If they can work on that, I'm telling you, they could do a catch up for the top 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, a lot of teams are catching up to those top three. I mean, we see, you know, the second place and third place getting swapped around like crazy here off the rip. You know, we still have Alpha Gaming there in first place, okay? Right now, just to remind you guys, at the start of the day, they had a 44-point lead, right? That's from that fourth place position, Max, right? After these games, they are now down to 32 points. So they still got a buffer, right? But these teams are catching up to them.
Yeah, I mean, they had such a big point lead, they can afford to have some bad games, but how many bad games can you really have? We'll have to see how the days goes forward for Alpha Gaming, but I'm telling you, with what is being brought to the table by Alter Ego Gen G, you might want to try and play it safe and just try and get into those late game scenarios. As of right now, it's not the case. By the way, top 4 players, despite a huge game from Alter Ego, Niptura, Fallout, doing Fallout things. He's #1 on top. Good job.
Fallic always doing the thing. Even if it's not a win, he's still on top. 5 eliminations. So bringing in a lot of points for the team. So a really nice show for them. And they're just keeping in that top 3. We did say they're in danger of dropping out the top 3 in this game. And they just did just enough just to stay ahead of the curve. So nice job for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the rotation for Inner Circle. IQ in particular, great job with those macro rotations here, adapting to that circle. I said it, Hodrix, the circle was not friendly to Inner Circle, but IQ as an IGL was just 10,000 IQ in this game, so really, really happy with this performance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing that I love about that graphic, right? Because it just shows that, you know what, they didn't get gifted the zone. We're not expecting a crazy 20-point game from them, but we see them at the top of the leaderboards because that's the ticket, right? In order to be top 3, when you don't get zone, you got to put up points. Fallic putting up 5 regardless, even though they were chasing the zone the whole game. That just shows how built different they are from the rest of this lobby. In my opinion, Max, and I said this earlier, Day 2 is really just trying to secure that top 3. For me, the last day is about just surviving, right? Trying to get out of top 5. So, you know, what other teams here, right, as we go into that mid-pack range, you talk about popping out Supermassive Blaze, right? Do you think we could possibly see a pop-off, you know, from D+ here in this next game? Wolves, what are you thinking?
I actually wanted to talk about D+. I'm like, I want to see a comeback from D+. They were in the middle of the leaderboards. I think they were in 8th position at the start of today. Still haven't seen anything, except like maybe one good fight versus Orangutan earlier today on that Rondo match. What's happening to D+, the reigning champions? We need to see them in the finals. They want to try and defend their title, their trophy. But as of right now, D+, you know what, Niptura? I don't know what to tell you. At this point, they have not shown anything of true value this entire group stage, and which is very unlike them.
Yeah, I think if it was any other team at this point, we would kind of be not discounting them, but kind of going, okay, they're not doing what they need to do, and so we need to look at some other teams, right? But because they won PMGC in its entirety last year, because we know how good they are, we keep hoping against hope that, listen, come on, we're poking them and going, hey, come on, do something, come on, you've got to, right? We know that they have the rotations that they need to do. They've played at this level, they've played against these global teams, and won. They've been successful, and somehow, for some reason, it's just not working. So I don't really know what needs to happen. I think it's very similar, actually, to kind of like Falcons or one of those teams where we're just not seeing them really survive to the late game. And then if they do survive, it's by being very passive and kind of staying on their own. And then when it comes to actually that point of, hey, we actually need to be more aggressive, we need to start creating space for ourselves, they just aren't able to flip that switch and go, okay, now it's time to turn on the aggression. And for a team like D+ Kia, that's really weird.
It is very odd. But you know what? I have a question, actually, Hot Jukes, for you.
Okay.
You're
bring
going to
it,
be
bring
analyst
it
now. You know what? I'm putting
Let's
you on the
go.
spot. Wolves, with what you've seen so far, do you think top 3 is achievable for them? Because I feel like we've seen some little minor mistakes that are being made that might cost them the top 3 position. But what are your thoughts on your boys from Americas?
I will say this, right? I pray and hope we see them in the grand finals, right? Prior to this tournament starting, I said this and I still believe it after watching these past few games, is I think the Wolves can make it into the grand finals, but it's going to require a lot of zone luck. And the reason being is, I think the Wolves can put up some big points. They can put up those chicken dinners, but they haven't proved to me that consistency to be able to do so no matter what. And the reason why is because of the Gauntlet, right? They won the Rondo in the last day. I thought they were locked in for the grand finals to get top 7, right? And then the next 3 Aaron Gales in a row, nothing. And that is why they're here in the first place. So with how this lobby's going, Max, it's going to be tough. That's for sure.
I just remember that fight with Xavier on that final Miramar during the Gauntlet stage. That was just heartbreaking to see, unfortunately, for the side of Wolves. But you know what? They got to go through this tough section here, through the group stage of PMGC. There's still an opportunity, currently standing in 8th position. Not too far away from top 3. One win would allow them to play comeback here, Hodrick, so there's definitely still hope for this squad.
Well, they better do it right here, right now, because they do not want to be having to hunt them down the last day like they did in the Gauntlet. Let's see what happens, though, as we get into our final Aaron Gale of the day with our casters, Blank and John Allen.
We've got another Erangel to play, Blank. We're heading in again to the grassy pastures as the day keeps on delivering. We had a pretty crazy round up there. We're just about to pass the halfway mark on Group Green as well, as our plane path cuts us up to the north side of the island.
I mean, it's not too bad, honestly, for most squads. This is very much even across the top of the map, through to the Povka, and just cutting straight past Rozok. So really, really quite easy playing path for every single team available. This gives you fairly decent position. We're seeing Zaki as more of a preferable drop spot as time goes on. I'm still not convinced. But Icy playing up there. That last match required some serious dedication to the rotation for them to even get themselves towards that end game, but got some decent points on the back of it. Like I said, during that last match, you know, Alter Ego have been able to close out on some of those end games in the past where maybe they split too wide. They could easily be ahead of Alpha Gaming right now.
I mean, yeah, if they want to. You just got to want it enough, I think. You know, that's the problem, right? None of these teams want it enough to be able to jump up towards these top sides. Hard west circle going back over to the west coastline. A lot of teams dropping out fairly late on that east coast, though, so it could be a little bit of a scrabble for vehicles. Alter Ego, yeah, they're going to be stopping off around that Lipovka mansion split, a little bit further down, coming on through as well. We'll see a few teams start to divert from one another. So no massive glut there. But actually, South George is pretty occupied.
Yeah, a lot of teams there. Loops, Team Secret, Gen G as well. Go down towards the south side. They have a fairly easy rotational path up towards the north. Wolves with a very, very big split over towards Gaka at the moment. Papra Supermassive, a little bit quiet, honestly, over the day. 55 points total. Would like to see them do a little bit more here. Here's our performance metric from Alter Ego. It's better. Definitely better in terms of the placement points. I mean, overall, the eliminations looked fairly decent yesterday anyway. But yeah, the placement points is definitely where they were lacking.
Yeah, it's something they'll need to try and keep that improvement going on. But if they're going to stick on their course right now, Blank, they're in second place. They're pretty happy. They might just be able to keep their head above water that way. Of course, it is the top 3 that everyone is really keen for. There is still that last chance spot, but it's much harder to get through that way than just going through free and clear, free as a bird. That's what you'd hope for. Certainly if you're an Alter Ego fan. APG, they did so much heavy lifting in day 1, but the start to their day 2 has been messy. And as you said before, it feels like they lost that humility that they developed during the Gauntlet.
Yes, they certainly. Last 2 games were a very big factor of how that change came to be, with Doc suddenly sending off into the distance. It's always a back and forth struggle for Alpha Gaming fans, where you look at Alpha Gaming, they're doing very, very well, but you also hope they don't do too well, because as soon as they start doing insanely good stuff inside the lobby, you know they're going to start making mistakes, and that's exactly what happened towards the end of yesterday. I want humble Doc back right now. That's what we need. Yeah, for Alpha Gaming, already done quite a lot though, 99 points, but it's nowhere near as far ahead as we expected it to be coming into day 2, with Alter Ego now only 19 points behind.
We will need to keep pace. As I said before, looking to get 50 points or more over the 2 days now. And they've only got 9 over the course of today so far, which is a little bit short of the mark potentially. So that turnaround needs to come on through at some point for them. Plenty of other teams would be all too willing to seize that opportunity. We've seen, I mean, like the guy on our screen right now, Kamikaze, he has been a real standout so far for the games for Papra Supermassive, right? He seems to just have this ethereal nature, this ability to land shots where you just don't expect him to. And Papra Supermassive, obviously very keen and happy to have him on side. Unfortunately, they're just not quite up to that 3rd place yet, but they do keep marching. They do keep going.
It's interesting as well because for Papra Supermassive, there's this weird thing where for Kamikaze to be doing so well on an international stage is strange because Lost and Nico are typically their best players on that squad. So now knowing that there's 3 players there, all insane, by the way, and proven to be insane, why are we not translating those points in a bigger way? I think 6th place is quite successful, but we already know that this is a very volatile leaderboard at the moment. Hoping they can go a little bit further than that. I think that Erangel at the moment has been a little bit tricky for them, which again is weird because it's technically their best map. There's a lot of strange things happening in the Papra Supermassive camp. And I do think they can go much further. But we'll wait and see. Right now, it's a long journey for them, though. Starting in Mini Milter, they would have head all the way across to the Western Island. And talking about that Western Circle, there's a bit of a bait on the playing path where it cut so nicely across, delivered everyone towards the eastern side of the island, only to shift on back.
That's something they'll be keeping their eyes out for now. As we head over Potato Hill, over Pachinki, out to the west side. It's OG moving, it's D+ moving down from Ruins. And they are going to be holding quite a decent split, but they have allowed OG to move on through. So not convincing, well, at least the forward guard for OG to move on through. So not a super convincing spot for them just at the moment. In the meantime, all these other teams on the east side starting to get bunched up. The west coast not super free and clear either, as Inner Circle looking to move down on the west side, but Gen G had the same idea. They're very close to one another. But Inner Circle, I mean, they have this ridgeline. They have control of these buildings. It's fairly central. We'll see what they can do.
Quite a few positions over on the western side, which are fairly good and nice to play in. Down towards the south side is likely where a lot of teams would like the circle to end up because it's a very clear and easy decision of where you want to go next and which compounds are very strong. Right now, you've got a lot of teams bouncing around Crates and South George, Hospital, south side of Everest. It's very crunched in, but fair few areas to tuck yourself away and stay alive for Zone 2, which will be coming on our screens shortly in about 20 seconds now. Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego, Falcons, all late to the party. And again, for the Falcons, it is a slow rotate out of Pachinki. I think they do have an outpost on the south side of Everest, though, which they can regroup on.
I mean, it's a very tentative outpost. It has a big shift up to the north there. Like, Everest, the north side of Everest, we're going to be under a lot of pressure here. Going around the area. Going to divert. They're going to regroup and go for that Rossok crossing too.
You could swing past Ruins over towards the north side quite easily. APG, they're looking for a spot underneath Everest. GSR up here. This is a very aggressive push, so you play over towards where the two-man split usually is. Doc stops short. The rest of GS aren't quite there yet to challenge.
Needs to, well, to try and avoid them, really. They pop on over, as we pop on over towards Wolves, who have had a knock sent their way, but they should be all right for the time being. They win the fight against Reject, and to truck on in from that southwest side. APG still staying alive as well. On that east side, but only just. They are starting to get crunched here. And another bad game for them. It's a continuing downturn. This is Gauntlet APG back in action.
That push as well is just unreasonable. It's unreasonable. APG absolutely knows that there's team up there playing on the 2-2 split. There's also no reason for them to go for it. With the circle moving down towards the south side and such a hard shift over towards the north, they have free option to swing past on the top side of Everest. Maybe take North George or south. Instead, Alter Ego, they get a really clean push. Never mind. Doc with a 3-man nade, now looking to finish the business.
Oh, what a special nade coming through from Doc. I mean, we've seen them from him before, but this is a real clutch moment for it. Rosemary jumping out wide, the Molotov at his feet. Doc doesn't want to challenge just yet. Slipping around the edge, still has 2 more nades, and Rosemary maybe in danger here. A nade up top, but there's an off angle. Who's that chiming into the fight? I've no idea. I think it might even be 9Z, really far away. D+ maybe from the top of Everest. Rosemary has the nade. Not going to be able to land it though. The bouncer doesn't connect onto Doc, and he has a little bit of a moment to breathe. Rosemary needs to use it wisely. Will he get a teammate back or put more pressure onto Doc's position?
I don't know if Doc even has meds left. Doesn't look like he does, but he's looking to push back in. Rosemary on the outside, floundering now, fumbling a little bit. The 2 top players from both the squads looking to finish what they started here. Alva gets flushed out. Doc Vinay looking to throw it upstairs. It would be perfect. Is this the 1v4 potentially? Will re-knock Snape? No! And Doc will be taken down. So the 1v3 was there. An insane grenade. I'm actually glad that Doc doesn't win that fight. I'm actually glad. Because I think that because they lose that fight, Doc might, you know, bring things back a little bit. Just a little. I mean, they get some points off the back, but again, like I was saying before, we had a 3-man nade come through, which was just disgusting. It's absolutely scarpered any chance at Alter Ego catching up during this game. They're just making plays that they know are bad, but they're hoping to ego challenge off the back of it. And I hate that.
They're trying to be secret and unknown, sort of mysterious, and everyone's just looking at them, and there's just this dude in a cape in the corner who's like chuckling to themselves, and they're like, stop that, and they're not getting any points for it. It's very awkward for APG. They really are an all or nothing squad at the moment. It's actually crazy that they were able to do so well yesterday, and maybe it's that teams have downloaded them, right? Maybe they figured something out. As a little bit of a clash between Gen G and Inner Circle, next to each other on the tables as well, 3rd and 4th right now. Tiamba and Wolves close by to one another in the swamp. Tiamba are the first knock sent out their way, and maybe a second soon to follow. Seems like the Wolves are all too happy to clean this one out, see how much they can get done, and the answer is pretty much nothing. They fall very cleanly, actually, to the Wolves, who now have 8 elims on the game.
Very good stuff. I mean, for the Wolves, they're starting to load up those points here and there. The Wolves are not battered down just yet. This team is still thriving where they can, which is great to see. I think that they are not bruised. You know, they're not beaten down. They're still firmly on 2 feet here, standing tall. And for North America, they need that. Even if they don't get into the top 3 here, I think that they are a great contender for last chance. The issue is I think if Wolves goes to last chance, I don't think they come out of that alive, sadly. Regardless, it's been a pretty cool result from Wolves. I mean, they almost made it in towards top 7 in Gauntlet. I think they're doing fairly consistently here over in Group Green. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's enough coming through from the Wolves just yet.
They do still have chances, though. They do still have opportunities, and they've been in a few of these late game scenarios. Maybe they'll get one more here, but right on the edge now. And it's going to be an Everest circle. We've had 2 of these already, Blank. We've had 2 of these circles. Sure, there's more teams on the north side this time. But are we getting bored of it? Goodness me. Well, we'll go for a 3rd repeat on this zone. And at the moment, Falcons. Can they do something with this? Can they actually make it work? Because they did regroup onto that outpost.
Managed to get all 4 though, which I find very surprising personally. It was a weird anchor point that they had, and then sort of a Hail Mary approach here. This is this Wolves fight between them and Tiamba. Very clean. I think they took 1 knock, I believe, during that. I'm not even sure they even took a single knock, but it was very nicely done. Wolves rotating through a pretty typical area. Unfortunately, they're not able to pick up the position they quite like, which is where Falcons are playing right now. You also have Papra Supermassive down towards Gakka, so this is kind of a difficult push now for the Wolves. They could send over towards the north side and try and hold out teams, but you already have loops here in a circle. I'd say this is one of those circles where a lot of prime real estate's already taken. If you want to get into the circle, you have to fight for it at this point. So likely going to see quite a few engagements. Personally, I don't think Team Secret has enough firepower to try and overtake any of these teams a single spot. And so I don't expect Team Secret to be living out too much longer.
It's interesting that they were in this location so early on. One of the closest teams to it after that northern shift, but they're still getting cut out here. Gen G lose 1 on the approach. They're looking to divert and maybe find that south side of the hill. Are they going to crash into further on compound towards OG? I mean, they are just going to draw short on the rocks here, it seems. Leave claws out. Wanting to not put all their eggs in one basket for 9Z. Kind of the opposite tune right now. He's going to spray down, and Gen G are going to lose 1. Can they protect him from that high ground? Do they have the angles to do so? Are Alter Ego going to get stuck in as well? Because they sit atop all of this, even though they only have 2 players. A lot of sightlines potential from the top of Everest.
There we go. You got the old dominoes on Everest right now. You got D+ knocking into GS, knocking into Alter Ego, knocking into Inner Circle, knocking down onto loops. This is probably the most packed I've seen Everest in a long time. And no one wants to fight for it at all. It's just allowing it to happen. I think everyone's worried that as soon as they take a fight with someone else, there's going to be an immediate response from the other side of Everest. Also crazy. Max was just highlighting this in our chat, where the fact that Alter Ego makes this push over towards Everest is insane.
Gen G finally going down. He was looking for a home, but there was no room at the inn, and Gen G will be eliminated now. Their ascent stopped a little bit, so we'll see how far the teams beneath them can approach on the points tallies, because there are quite a few teams that are definitely within striking distance, not least of which is Go, who are rolling up to Inner Circle. They go 2 up on the fight immediately on the roll-up. They're looking for that close range clutch factor, and they are delivering again, Blank. There is potential for Team Secret to try and third-party this, but Inner Circle have already been pushed aside, and maybe Team Secret's time has run short on this approach third-party.
For Go, the late game, they are not closers, but what they are is incredibly good in the 4v4. I think if they can fix their late game rotates and how they plan out the rest of their game, they'd be a pretty phenomenal team. Right now, I think that their closing factor is just not quite there, but being able to win a fight like that versus IC so handedly really speaks volumes about this team.
It's really impressive stuff in that firefight, you're right. Finally, the top of Everest going to start to pop off. D+ and GS going to loggerheads. It looks like GS are taking the majority of the damage. That is a bold peek, and Nolbu rightly puts him down there, but a close-range combat engagement from Esso maybe pushes him back behind the headland, but he's got the backup from his teammates, drops back down and around, needs to heal up, has 2 first aids, starts to pop them off now as 3 players from GS have fallen. Team Secret, they're moving up as well. They might try and just roll over the top of this int, and amongst all the chaos, there's not any full force teams in action to stop them. They'll go up towards Rosemary, but he's already stopped one of them. Esso, the last player for GS in the meantime, who hop back on board with Chips, they take him down. So D+ look to try and regain a footing. Meanwhile, on the east side, it's OG have joined the party as well. Rosemary and Snape are hopping around on the top of the mountain. They are looking absolutely mental here on the swivel, trying to jump around and find these shots where they can, but this is getting absolutely crazy on the mountain.
It's incredibly silly. It really is quite. I think the only reason this happens is because GS is the Central Everest team, and GS does not want to fight a single soul. GS is terrified. I think GS was genuinely petrified holding that position. It takes D+ to push them from the eastern edge. So again, it's a weird one. Wolves have to make this play. They have to make this play. It was their only option. Currently, they're winning. They took a knock from Papra Supermassive earlier. Coops will go down. That's from OG off in the distance. Wisco finding a lovely little shot there. Coops can no longer hold this off angle for them.
Oh, Falcons have loops crashed into them as well. They lose another player, so it's just Koa and Redox caught in the middle between the Wolves and loops. But Papra Supermassive are on the outside, on the southwest side of it as well. You can see they're taking shots on the approach. A lot of damage done to everybody on the inside here. Wolves down to one player surviving, just Batten now trying to keep himself alive. These nades to keep people at bay, but Redox is flexing out. So's Koa. They're into the smoke with him. They look to try and take down the Wolves here and now, and they succeed in their pursuit. Loops have the corner of the compound under control, and the Falcons have moved out to that north side. Papra Supermassive still playing dead on that southwest edge, not getting involved.
No reason to right now. I think they saw that that fight was incredibly hectic. No reason to get into it. Good nade, an immediate flush there from 9ZG over towards Alter Ego, but they get themselves an 8th place, you know, and a few elimination points. It's very surprising that they lived up there for that long anyway. D+ looking to dominate on the north side. You can see there not a huge amount of ammo on side. OG have a strong spot down towards the southeast, but now need to move. D+ gets very favored by the circle on this one, but they will have to deal with Go. And I think that D+ versus Go, I would 100% put the value in Go here.
We've seen what they can do over them. We've seen what they can do before, but there's already this sort of no man's land between D+, and look at the oversight they have towards Go. I think sure, on flat ground maybe, but I think D+ with the terrain advantage there, with a couple of nades on board, that's going to make Goat's life really hard. But I don't think either of them want to fight just yet. Allow these teams to fight beneath them. Papra Supermassive, how do you make that happen? Absolutely crazy that OG have not been able to extract more value than that first knocker towards Kamikaze, and a tanky goes down as well. It is just WizGod trying to make things happen. AKOP as well on that flank, and maybe there is a third party. It's D+ who are chiming in. So Papra Supermassive are on 2, but WizGod is so low. AKOP 2, and they do get shut down. That's the shot that they were looking for. The reses can come in from Papra Supermassive, and there is no way that they make that push work.
Bro, Kamikaze got 2 knocks on the approach out the window with a PP Bison. That's very surprising. I think if you're OG, I actually don't think you could be too mad at OG for that. That's incredible shots coming through from Kamikaze on the roll up. I think they just got outclassed there in that moment. Kamikaze was really feeling himself in that moment. But they clear out a big angle on the southeast side and can actually play from that now. Ooh. Okay, nade coming through from Koa, not quite on target. A lot of rooms inside this building. Loops can keep flitting in and out of.
Doesn't look like there's too many more nades here for Falcons. They've held off against 2 crashes now. You've got to imagine that their supplies are running a little bit low. Loops are very keen to get this one concluded, though. All while D+ just taking shots down this way. But anything that moves, anything that breathes, finally a nade is connected. It's going to be the pickup. Rafinha splits the difference on the nade, and Koa, yeah, he's going to get cut down there. And Loops pick up the points. Falcons down again in a position that they could have had a big game from yet again, but it's just not going to happen for them. 9Z lose 1 to Nolbu. And on that top side of the mountain, Goat and D+ saving the fight between each other for the last. They will survive, most likely to be the top 3 here. The circle probably will shift away, but they'll try and extract as much value as they can. Maybe take a player from Papra Supermassive if they're lucky.
the D plus right now is I understand they're trying to take shots over towards the players underneath them, but if you're looking at ammo count for chips at the moment, it's what, 70 bullets left remaining. Their real focus needs to be over towards Go. They need to clear Go out, take whatever loot that they had on board, and then deal with what's on the south. Go basically acts as a resupply, but that is the target you need to deal with first. You can't make the crossing down towards the south side with Goat still being alive. And this fight needed to conclude a lot earlier. I mean, Loops isn't going to take shots at you. Papro Supermassive isn't going to take shots at you. But you have to do this now. And the fact that Go can just now roll away leaves D plus kind of high and dry.
Loops. Oh, they've only had 2 players, but they're giving it a good go against Goat. The approach, though, very, very difficult. This southwest shift gives a lot of ground, and maybe Papra Supermassive are going to find another favorable fight on the back of it as well. Loops holding a little bit, doing the damage, though. The majority coming now through from Papra Supermassive. Kamikaze, the front man. He is an absolute star on the roster right now. Killer Joe looking to try and heal himself up to Go. In the meantime, D plus are descending. A 9Z cannot withstand them at all. A very clean roll-up. Very, very nice stuff. But they need to transition to the rest of this fight.
Yeah, not a lot of expenditure there for D plus over towards 9Z, which is really good news. And they're going to have to get a quick reset on the util, on the ammo. You do have Chips still waiting behind, who has been kind of a dominant force when it comes to the long range shots from D plus. I'd be very happy to see a D plus win here. That sticky bomb could be ginormous from Kamikaze.
Oh, but he's hopping around. It's Tron B actually to connect the spray down, and he does find the flush with it. That sticky bomb works out. Knows there's a player now in the smoke. They know he's on the corner. D plus. The question is, what can they do with this presence as that final knock comes through? Kamikaze is the one to put that final nail in, and it's a 4v4. Papra Supermassive, who've been swinging around on the outside, doing so much. They're up to 8 elims. D plus on 9 though. They have been on that long-range engagement. Papra Supermassive much more interested in getting up close and personal.
I think if D plus are able to find the shots and the nade over towards Lost, very different story. Osel has to stay alive there. If you get rid of the off angle, it's game over for D plus, but they need that. Osel just needs to stay quiet now. They know his position. Basically, he needs to assist when it's like the full-on 3v4 engagement. Up until then, basically, he's just an information provider for the team. This is cool. Full 4v4. Both teams are pretty warm as well. Have taken fights in the midst of all of this. I think Osal's going to look to back off. Knows his position is revealed. Good shots from Nico again, though. Consistently getting damage in.
I mean, he couldn't really cover off the fight down the low ground if it were to pop off for Osal. I mean, especially with Kamikaze's angle that I'm imagining they should be aware of. It wouldn't be super easy for Osal to actually take shots down towards a fight if Papra Supermassive wanted to flank that low ground, lost that forward point that has really drawn Osal back down. And it looks like Papra Supermassive are gearing up for something. They're into formation now, but lost under a lot of pressure. Nolboot should spot him. No, okay, the headland's just there in time.
I mean, that's frustrating. I mean, if he gets the nade over the top and gets the air burst on him, that actually makes their life so much easier. I think Lost is playing overly aggressive right now. That position he was playing there, if he gets taken down, it makes life so much easier for D+, especially with the circle shifting over towards the eastern side. Now, it is going to center up on the hillside, so this is a really quite interesting Zone 9, where it's pretty playable for both squads up until some of those final moments.
Yeah, it's when that blue zone starts to close, players are going to have to move. The question is, who has to move first and where are they going to go? I think for Papra Supermassive, they might actually have the better spot. With where Lost is playing right now, they are closer to the center, which is going to force D+ to move. But if they're forced to move into where Lost is, they might not have the sightlines to control players like Osal in their position. And Fabian, with a vehicle, could actually put a massive dent into this circle position, and he's going to go forwards.
He's just scouting right now, trying to get information from inside the vehicle using the third-person perspective. But it is an interesting zone. Like I said, there's a lot of hard cover in this Zone 9. It's going to be a hectic ending, but a very, very fun one to watch. First time in a while where it's not just full pitch warfare on the sidelines. This time you actually have angles, and you've got to use that utility to your advantage. Chip sets himself up, and Papa Supermassive kind of set themselves up in a lineup down towards the south side, beneath the hillside. Good nade, get some damage done, and more than anything, that's information gathered.
Yeah, they know he's behind that tree now.
Good shot.
Steps up with that info, with the smokes covering him off, and now that's first blood draw. Papa Supermassive at a disadvantage. But D+ have the center. A second knock is found. Will they be able to transition to Kamikaze? Nearly able to take him down, but just about staying alive. He dashes forwards, and he will go down next. Only the one player stands. It's all up to Nico, sorry, but he will not be able to do it. And it is D+ to keep things under control. The scouting goes well, and they flex out wide. Papa Supermassive had some standout plays there in that match, but it was not to be that they could go all the way. That is D+ Kia.
I think for Papa Supermassive, they get completely ruined by lost position. He's just kind of so over aggressive there on the front line. I think they probably should have put the lineup across the north as opposed down towards the south side, because they're playing down the hill there. It's a little bit confusing. There was still some hard cover to work with. Overall, though, this is the best we've seen D+ in a while. It's a really good game from them. I would love to see a little more relation, honestly, from the squad, but it's not quite there. A little smile. Then again, you know, during PMGC 2024, the interview with Nolbu after they just won the game, the guy looked like you know, he'd just been told that he wasn't getting to go to the theme park on the weekend, so it's sort of natural for Nolbu.
Hey, you know, they're very cool, they're very calm right now. They have collected themselves a chicken dinner here, and they certainly would love to jump further up on the tables.
D+!
Yeah!
Woo! That was terrible.
There we go. Our previous champions finally get the chicken dinner. Let's go. I mean, we talked about it earlier, Max, man, right? Which team do we think that you really wanted to see perform? You said D+, and they finally get the chicken dinner here.
So happy to see it. By the way, I tried to give some respect to the Korean casters and try and all scream at the same time, but we failed. They're built different, unlike us. They're way too good.
Next time.
But no, really strong play from D+ Kia. And we said it in the mid game, right, Nipchira? D+, you put them on top of Everest, guess what? It is their bread and butter. They love that position so much. They know every nook and cranny of their area, and they played it to almost perfection. In particular, Chips. That guy was on an absolute tear this game. He would spot you. He would be down in like 3 to 4 seconds. Insane accuracy from this guy.
Yeah, insane. I love watching him work. I mean, yesterday when the team wasn't really having a great day, he was the solo time and time again, getting them those placement points at least. So for him to come in, step up, get 7 eliminations, not only is he the solo master, he's the elimination master as well for this team. It's great to see.
Ooh, hits that 1v3 at the end. Almost gets the full squad wipe, but then we saw his teammate be able to finish it up for him. I mean, this couldn't have been at a better time, to be honest, right? We're now officially, right, at that midway point for Group Green, right? So there's still a lot of more matches left to go the second half of the tournament. But we talked about it just like in the Gauntlet stage, Max, man. That last day, last few games are just going to be so ridiculous. You need to get as many points as you can right here and now.
Yeah, it's going to be the chase for the top 3 or trying to escape the red zone, the bottom 5. Of course, place where you do not want to be as we go through the recaps of this game. And a lot was happening from the get-go. And Wolves actually having a good engagement, Nipchira, right onto Reject on top of Tornado Sirens, able to take it out. But that nade from Doc of absolute beauty. He doesn't quite wrap it up, but oh my goodness, Doc is... He's him. He is him.
He is him. He is back, he is him, and we're ready for it. He couldn't quite make it work for the whole team, but you know what? 1v3 knock is all we want to see, to just give us a little bit of hope for maybe next game. But yeah, some really good stuff. Wolves had a great game. I mean, it would have been nice if they had been able to continue a little bit further into the game. I think there was a little bit of a hiccup there when they really went for that direct 1v4 or 4v4 push rather, but some really good eliminations to start off the game was really nice to see from them, and just the whole thing on Everest, man, was just crazy.
Did you see that flick from Chip, by the way, over that rock with the F12K? Did he break his wrist during that? What is that speed? That's unheard of.
I know.
Oh, wow, okay.
Just crazy.
He's using that gyro. He did a full 180 in his chair, like just like that.
Man, he's got that wrist workout to make sure he doesn't break something doing that, man. That's dangerous. You need to be a professional to pull that off. Holy.
Goodness me. I will say shout out as well
Mario.
to Papada as well. Some really, really good stuff from Papada, like to just third party, get as much control of the zone as possible. I really liked how they used their nades as well, Max.
Yeah, you just pulled a wahoo! Just That's how excited she is about these games. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
Mario is really hyped about this so far, this PMGC. Looking at the rotation for, of course, some of these teams, Tornado Siren taken over by Wolves. But look at that wide eastern rotate from Papara. Supermassive Blaze here, taking it slow, making sure they get towards the circle. And D+ just sweeping the eastern side of Everest. So a lot of really top-tier rotations. But the one we need to highlight here, Niptura, look at Papara Supermassive Blaze. That push onto Orangutan could have been avoided. And unfortunately, the setup, the defense was not there. And Papara get the easiest push ever executed in that compound.
Yeah, the OG were just looking to the north. They were looking to the west. They completely forgot about the south side. They were not expecting Papada to do anything with it. And they went, hey, there's an opening over there. Let's go grab it. And they took it. And it got them a second place. Again, OG just not doing what they need to do, that if they had been in the winner's shoes, they could have gotten a top 2. So it's really frustrating for me for OG. But Papada Supermassive Blaze doing a very, very good job here. 14 points on the board for them. Again, we have another thing, though, of just being eclipsed by the #1 team, because 23 points, 13 eliminations off the back of Everest. I mean, you said it, Max, in the middle of the game. It's like, hey, Everest, D+ Kia, they are the team that loves Everest. They know how to play this. They've played it before. And here we go again. Just another example.
Yeah, I mean, Everest and D+ Kia is like peanut butter and jelly. It just goes so well together. And so far, this game has been fantastic. Are we going to see more, though, Hodrix? Like, we saw nothing really outside of this win. Can we see a follow-up? If we do, chances are they're back in the race.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, I think they already got put themselves in the race with that one chicken here and now. I mean, there's still plenty of matches left to go, so they're definitely in that run for top 3. All these other teams, though, are going to have to make it happen. But you know what? It's so great when things start getting tough. The pressure starts mounting, and you have one of your players just start going crazy. Chips in this game, his aim was just on lock. It was as sharp as can be. So hopefully this really kind of gets them pumped up for the rest of the matches here. But yeah, we haven't really seen those back-to-backs, at least today, right? We saw, Gen G get a great game, and then I think it was a 2-point match after them, that one right there. So, we got 3 more matches left to go. Let's see what can happen. I do want to stress on that OG defense. I was shocked. We saw one of their players going all the way up to Everest. We were screaming. We're like, what are you guys doing? Come on. You can see right now, look, OG in 14th place. They are now in that hot seat, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately for Orangutan, that defense was just not it. It seems like they are getting a bit overwhelmed now in this lobby. I'm still seeing them fight together, which is nice, but it is clearly not big enough of an improvement for them to actually push themselves out of the bottom 5. But looking at Goat, able to jump up here over in a circle, finally in the podium. Able to maybe secure a spot for the grand finals if they can remain there until the end, but it's going to keep moving throughout the entirety of today. Top 3, I'm telling you, might be completely different after our next 3 matches.
Yeah, well, we got 3 more matches left to go, guys. So make sure you get your popcorn, get your drink ready, and we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halfway through day 2 of Group Green, I'm joined by none other than 9C Global Remix. Remix, yesterday you guys had such a great performance. You finished in the top 3. What was going your way to have such a good performance?
¿Qué es lo que hicieron tan bien ayer para tener una excelente actuación el día de ayer?
Pues realmente teníamos planeado hacer un modo de juego, lo que teníamos siempre planeado todo este tiempo antes de PMGC. Y pues aparte de eso, pues obviamente no fue bien porque no nos sentíamos confiados y sin presión, y por eso no fue tan bien como ayer.
We just follow what we already have as our strategy, and we feel very, very confident each other, no obligation at all. So we just enjoy the game.
Well, today you're struggling, to be completely honest, because you're currently 19 points away from 3rd place when you started in 3rd place. What do you feel like you need to adjust, or what's going on today that's causing that struggle?
Bueno, hoy están como esforzándose 3 veces más de lo de ayer, les está costando mucho. ¿Qué es lo que cambió de ayer a hoy?
Hemos tenido muchos errores individuales. También nuestra manera de jugar no la estamos haciendo igual, estamos tomando unas decisiones muy erróneas, muy malas, entonces por eso nos está costando el día de hoy y nos está yendo muy mal. Esperemos que estas 3 partidas que quedan nos vaya mejor y podamos, aunque sea, estar arriba.
Okay, we are taking many bad choices. We are making a lot of mistakes today. We changed our way to play, so that's why. So we believe and we hope the last 3 matches we can change the situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure all Latin America is going to be hoping that you guys do change that situation, because we saw what you were able to do yesterday. Hopefully you can bring it back today, and I appreciate the honesty too. Remix, back to you guys.
Hey, gotta make some adjustments, right? I mean, they are not too far away from their 3rd place position, so they haven't fallen so far behind. One chicken dinner could definitely get them there. They're gonna be able to do that on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. So big shout out to Infinix. Hopefully we can see 9Z get back in that 3rd place position. One thing I've definitely noticed here, guys, especially here for day number 2, everybody's like rotations, decision makings have been really solid for the most part. I haven't seen like too many crazy mistakes besides OG, you know, there towards the end. That was rough to see, you know. But other than that, it's really just been coming down to a lot of these fights, right? That gun skill has been playing big here in Nepturo.
Yeah, it's been really, really interesting to see. And it's also interesting to see, certainly in that last game, how we have Papada Supermassive Blaze, right? A European team. Europe is very big on their macro rather than that aggression, right? So it's been interesting to see how they play, you know, that wraparound south side, very typical of a European team. I love seeing that. But overall, across the days, across the teams, they've all been playing their macro very, very well. I've been so happy to see how well they've actually been playing this macro. These rotations, the angles, the splits are all super, super good, Max. I've really had nothing that's really surprised me and gone, what on earth are they doing? It's really just been really top tier.
Like, don't get me wrong, the Gauntlet was fun, but this feels like PMGC. Like, these 2 days already, I'm like, okay, we've leveled up. This is the global lobby we were expecting going into this, and we've had great games from literally every single region so far, right? Had some kind of really strong presence at some point in time in this tournament. As we go through the recaps of today, I still can't believe that happened with Doc and Bond of Chamba. He was trying to knife, I think Blank said he was trying to knife him while he was in the car. That's how crazy PMGC is this year. 2025 is going in the history books for sure. But yeah, Gen G, Ultrigo, Duplicate able to get some strong presence. But the thing is, Hardjukes, they'll still can't English. They can't be really resting on their laurels here at the top because everyone is still so close to top 3 that one good performance, guess what? You're on the podium. You could be making it to the grand finals. So day 2 is just about who stays in the conversation going into day 3 as we have that insane nade. But you just want to stay in the race, and day 3, that's when you really want to go in and put that nail in the coffin.
That's what I'm talking about, though. You just see the highlights here, and it's just crazy after crazy play. You got to be able to have just a ridiculous pop-off game, and that's what we're seeing more than ever here in Group Green, right? Is any one of these teams, if they get that right spot, they're taking full advantage of it, and it just so happened to be D+ here, right? So anybody in the mid-pack right now can bust out a 25-point game in these next 3 matches. So everybody's a threat at this point. If you don't get that circle, you don't get that game, you have to be consistent and put up points regardless. I think that's the big difference from the teams at the top versus those teams in the middle, Neptura. What do you think about that?
Absolutely, because if we look at how the leaderboards are filtering out, right, GOAT in 3rd place, 75 points, IC 73, then we go down 69, 67, 67, 9Z and Wolves tied with 56. Like, there's not a lot of gaps here. There's a lot of ties coming in, and there's less than 20 points between a 10th place team and the top 3. Like, it's so close. We're halfway through now. It is at the point where I think the top 3 have to be very, very careful of those middle pack teams, because one good game, not even a win, one good game, like we've seen so many of them do before, you pop off, you get 15, 16 eliminations in a 3rd place, you're now very, very close to the top 3, if not already in it. So these top 3 teams have to be very, very careful.
I mean, sure, I'm even looking at the teams that in the bottom 5. Falcons, 34 points. GS Team, 32. 30 for the side of Orangutan. They're about 40 to 50 points away from top 3, right? So technically, you hit a decent average of maybe 7, 8, 9. In best case scenario, 10 points per game, which is a very good average in an international lobby like PMGC. You can be back in a race too. It's just how desperate, how hungry can you be here, and how desperate can you be to try and make that climb, make that ascent at the second halfway point, of this Group Green stage. It's still possible, especially for Falcons, Hodrix. For me, they showed that they were so desperate with that hot drop to climb up the leaderboards. But after that, they've been kind of transparent. So if we need to see a comeback from those teams, I'm going to say it. If you're in bottom 5, we need to see some big games happening now if you want to have even just the slightest of chances to reach the grand finals.
Gotta agree. I think especially for Team Reject, they are 18 points away, Neptura, from that cutoff, right? Do you think they can get a chicken dinner out here or today at all from what you've seen so far?
From what I've seen so far, no, but I think I definitely see a trajectory of them getting into the top 5 maybe today. In terms of match to match, they can get a top 5 placement in a match. Win probably more suited for tomorrow, but hopefully they can get that momentum today.
I think they better get it done here and now, or these teams are going to start running away with it. Let's get into our last Aaron Gale match of the day and take it on over to Blink and John Allen.
We've got another Erangel coming on in. Of course we do. We've got a 3rd and final one for the day as we kick into the double-digit matches here. Time is starting to draw to a close. Our top 3 spots definitely important, but our bottom teams as well are going to start to worry. Here is where teams will start to get left in the dust, as we see one of our very few Erangels that do remain, and the last one today.
Time from Primorsk over towards Kameshki side of things. Not too bad at all. Again, I think we've had pretty kind playing paths all today here on Erangel. I don't think a single one has really caused too much problems. Still waiting for another Sosnovka circle. We haven't seen one of those in quite some time. APG looking to get down towards Sosnovka itself on Millibase. Falcons in Pachinki. I want to see a little bit more of a quick rotate from this team. Feels very tentative at the moment of where they want to go next. I'd like to see that slightly change towards the future. Wolves again, fairly consistent performances elimination wise, but still struggling to get towards that end game.
Yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing from them. A couple of times they've been in those scenarios where it could have gone better for them, but it just hasn't quite been over that line, and they have suffered on the points for it. It's likely that they'll get to last chance because of their performance, but even in that situation, is it going to be enough? And you have to wonder. Circle pops, I mean, not dramatically out to the west side, but more west than east, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty kind circle. I mean, it doesn't really cut any massive areas out. There's no real unplayable area. I think the only thing here to look at really is where it drops down towards Sosnovka, but even then, it's not a massive deal. Most teams know that it's not going towards Sosnovka with this split on the circle. Is 9ZG definitely having a massive downturn in performance from day 1 into day 2. Only 5 eliminations and 4 placement points today. Pretty rough. Dropped down to 8th place now, so the majority of their points were coming through from yesterday. There's some good rotates. There were mostly wide wraps though, which, while are fantastic to see, you know, they're few and far between of when they work and why they work. Here, there really hasn't been too much chance for them to pull that off. So for 9ZG, definitely worrying going into tomorrow if they continue on this pace. Papra Supermassive, on the other hand, it has just been a big uptick in the amount they've been able to do. I think that firepower that we were missing from them yesterday definitely is here now, which is great to see, because it was the one thing that I was kind of confused about. Like, they were certainly one of the most strong teams when it came to those gunfights in EU, and then to suddenly see them looking like pretty poor in those fights was weird. But I think that they're warmed up now. They've had those test games and have fixed things going into day 2. So those secrets that were held back from us now are coming into play.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you hope that teams will start to bring more and more to the table, especially if you're low down on these tables right now. Alter Ego, they've had their moments. Their splits sometimes a little bit too much. Their peaks a little bit too long, but they are still in 2nd place on 86 points. That's going well for them. They are keeping up pace with the best of them. We'll see how much further they can go. Goat down in Primorsk have been very impressive in those 4v4s, and they've earned themselves that 3rd place because of it. Their final moments in those games, generally not as powerful as we see some other teams, because they've already got stuck into so many fights earlier on and earned all the points that way. Seems to be their way. We'll see if they are able to get a chicken dinner at some point to keep things adding to their tally, because they've already found 1.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, honestly, in terms of the firepower coming through from that squad. I just want to see more of it towards those end games, close things out, like you say, 1 chicken dinner, but I think there's potential for more there. Alpha Gaming, I think ending the day around 120 would be an ideal margin to hit for this team. They've been able to get some points here and there throughout the day. There's been slim pickings, but you know, every single game, I don't think they've had a 0-point game yet. Wolves gets a little bit too close to comfort for Narvalo as they take their 2-man split. Luckily, they find the straggler from Wolves, which is actually a really big deal for them here, where they get this 2-2 split and then send Wolves packing. It now means they can play this one out a little bit slower without worrying about being crashed on.
The fact that they're holding this 2-2 split as well, I mean, they immediately sent Redox in for the regroup onto the position. I mean, I like that response. They knew danger was coming. They got there faster than Wolves could. You saw Igor on the outside, couldn't quite get in. And of course, no real reason to at that point, after you know that Coops has gone down and been flushed almost immediately. You don't want to overcommit there. But the fact that the Falcons are holding far east out on the west points of Pachinki may be something they do need to think about. We saw them struggle to regroup in time in the last match. They just really got overrun, had a real rough time of it. We'll see if they spend too long split from one another in this match as well, or if they are going to send for a regroup, call for the backup out to the west. I think it will rely on when the circle pops.
Honestly, I think Zone 2 on this kind of circle, you would want to regroup as a full 4-man. I think that it's very specific to the stage of PUBG Mobile you're playing. I think at PMSL EU, this kind of 2-2 split works until Zone 3, but there are teams here who will take every chance, every little bit of every inch that they can gather inside of this tournament whenever they want. And I think that when you're playing as a 2-man inside that building, teams are going to identify that pretty quickly and see themselves that they have an opportunity to get a strong position in the circle and take it from you. So I do think that's why you need to start regrouping on Zone 2 here as opposed to Zone 3. I think in PMSL EU, this is typically something that would be allowed to work for much, much longer, as teams wouldn't typically go for that push. But I think that's the mindset that Falcons need to get themselves into. They're not playing in PMSL EU anymore.
No, they don't have the same sort of license that was once afforded to them. I mean, they always do have that sort of last minute, oh, we didn't play well in the first phases. Oh, it's the later stages. Let's go for the clutch factor kind of play style. And maybe that will come through in, if not here in Last Chance, but I mean, it's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts there. And lots predicated on them having the skills to do it. Right now, they're not on display. OG looking to put something on display against Loops. 2 players here for Loops. The other 2 a little bit far away and actually closer to the center of the circle. But I imagine that they're immediately being recalled. Yeah, and you can see over the hills, they start to roll up and into this fight. They want to get that off angle. They're not overzealous in crashing straight into the compound for the backup. They know the value of these off angles, and Aru immediately is taken down by it. A really nice flex out for Loops to play on those off angles. And we'll see what more they can do. Now he's going to go for that regroup in as Team Secret start to find their way to the hills above it.
We go for the res here for OG. Nade out the backside will get a little bit of damage done. Ratto Boy definitely avoids that one too. Molotov's on the doorway, cuts off any hope of getting that player out. And now AKOP on the backside has to deal with Team Secret all on its lonesome. That's OG going down now to 2 players.
I mean, that's a pretty solid crash from Team Secret, I think. Reading that fight nicely, finding the back lines of OG. Be able to roll on into that fight. The circle goes up north, and again, it seems like the zones are magnetized towards Everest. We're keeping that one in as well, and the regroup for Falcons can now go out to the east side on that engagement. In the meantime, though, OG still have 2 horses in the race. Wizgod, though, maybe stumbling over the hurdle there, and only 1 player now stands. It's the Tanky with the DBS on the window. Looks for the shutdown onto 1, but even that is denied. A nade is an answer. It came on through. I think that might have been a team nade. Indeed it was. But Lutz will get that res nice and handily.
I think that's fair enough. You know, if he's playing inside that back room, then the nade takes him out. If the nade doesn't take him out, the Rufina's going to get it done. So it was not cooked for a long time on that nade. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but either way, you do have a situation where no matter what happens, should be going down to that push there. For OG, I mean, they tried to take a push. I think as soon as you hear the vehicles on the outside, you all need to get inside the building. And then start looking to push the 2 players in the front line. Because if you start hearing vehicles wrapping around you on the outside, then you're fairly sure that it's only 1 or 2 players in the front buildings, so you have to push there. Like, that's where you have to crank it, and you can't falter, because that's exactly what happened for them, is that they were too hesitant in that engagement.
A little bit too reluctant to make the tough decisions. Alter Ego, they're getting torn apart on their approach. It's not looking pretty. Only likely to be able to res 1 of their players here. You can see Alva picking Rosemary back up. Krypton. Okay, no, he was still alive there. Okay, or just basically no HP. I thought he disappeared, but no, he is still alive. So playing on us 3, it's a little bit better than I first thought for Alter Ego on their approach to this compound, but it feels a bit like they might be slightly trapped in here, Blank.
Yeah, you got to make the cross. I mean, they could swing back up towards Rozok and round, but then even so, where do you go? Do you play Watertown? It's an option for you. You head to headshot hills. That's a decision you make zone 3, zone 4, realistically. But for Falcons, it's not a bad start to the game. I'm glad they regrouped on zone 2 here. Though, to be honest, I'd still wonder if this circle cut in both their compounds, if they'd still be in the 2-2 now.
Yeah, it's always tough to play the what-if game. 2-2. Maybe it would have been different. Looking at the lay of the circle, it's about to pop. The Falcons did regroup. Gen G now lining the Gatka fields as well. The Wolves sent all the way out to the east side, but it's going more towards the ruins, up towards that north edge. You could see immediately in a circle looking to regroup, bringing back their tendrils off their 2-1-1, and they'll be hopefully able to do that successfully. And on the north side still, Team Secret have a lot of ruins under control.
Can they hold it though? Can they hold it though?
No.
So The answer is probably no. Yeah, I mean, 80% of the time. Shot over towards Regiocio. As Wolves continue to pepper shots in. He's going to lose his vehicle for this as well. And the rest of Reject very much penned in here. A lot of instances where Reject really hasn't had any kind of clap back towards these situations whatsoever. I think this is a pretty horrendous spot on the map as well. There's no vehicle formation set up on the hard cover either. So I'm a little bit concerned about this. I think for Reject, it's likely over the next 2 circles they'll be going down here. Similarly for Wolves, though, they also don't have the most ideal of position. They're just playing on the outside of Pachinki with an outpost on that northern edge with Igor.
Wolves trying to make that regroup. Igor taken very, very low in the backseat of the buggy, but Doran diving around. He gets taken out from the front seat, and Igor's immediately into the driver's seat. Doran will be flushed away. How far can Igor get away from it? Oh, that's not friendly. That is tough stuff.
Yeah, you do not expect the driver to get popped out if you're on the back. I mean, they're set up for the second elim. They're definitely, that's one of those cases where the shots go awry, but in a good way. Getting Doran out of the front seat. Shots Wolves down to 2. Alter Ego, yeah, they took a bit of a tumble earlier on. Krypton made a wide wrap on the north side, trying to look for a position to play, but Watertown already picked up by Papra Supermassive. Nice pick up there from Rosemary over towards Nolboot. An instant crash coming in through from the rest of the team.
I mean, that's kind of necessary to keep Rosemary safe up on that high ground, right? Draw the attention from the teams on the low, from the players on the low ground for D+, because they've still got 2 players up top, but it's not going to matter because Fabian is there and Rosemary very likely getting flushed. No way that Alter Ego can position to actually get back into this one. Rosemary will try and waste as much time as possible, but it's pretty quick on the knock, and Krypton's the next to fall. D+, keep things under control. Nolbu has been drawn down, but there's a second knock actually as well, and Alpha gets the flush. D+, I thought they were going to be able to keep this under control, limit the casualties, but losing a player on the east side could be disastrous for them moving forwards into the next one. Alpha dodges the nade, and he is in a little bit of a 1v1 until the res can come through. With the high ground now occupied by Tiamba, this fight got a whole lot more mucky.
Yeah, Tiamba definitely looking to close this one out. They have full broadside on this engagement. I think for D+, they've realized that for them, the biggest deal right now is just to try and get out of this fight. Chips consistently taking damage, and a shot from Tiamba will take him down. Alva's living, and he is getting more points for his troubles.
Hops in, looks for another shot, spots the player out the window, goes straight for it, knows the blue zone's doing more work than he is, and will try and get another elim on the tally, but Alter Ego finish their Erangel stretch. They're on 88 points now. Tiamba looking to pick up the pieces as the nades start to fly. It's just Fabian remains for D+. I think they know sort of where he is, but Papra Supermassive also joining in on the scrap, trying to pinch some of those points away too.
Yeah, Fabian left now on his lonesome. I think D+ have been overall playing way better, honestly. That fight, again, you're going up against the second place team. They are good at what they do, and the fact that D+ puts up a good fight versus them is a pretty good marker for them as a team. Yes, it was a 3v4. Tron actually finding shots towards Tiamba. There is a lot of third parties going on here, and Tiamba is getting cut apart right now.
Yeah, Papra Supermassive had the full surround, but Wolves are now joining on it. A traded 1-for-1 Fabian down low in the blue, but he might have done enough to stop Tiamba from getting any of these reses. The bandage, is it in time? Just about. No! Tiamba not able to stay alive. The work is done, and everybody in the compound goes down. Now the surrounding teams have to scrap it out. It's Papra Supermassive looking to pick each other back up here. Stage 4, I mean, you're going to have to make a mad dash for the zone. I don't think Kamikaze has the time to get the bandage off there. Yeah, it's not going to happen. They have to pick him up, go for the vehicle, but Batten has the angle, has the spot. They want to keep Kamikaze in the mix. Yeah, Lost is going to get pulled out as well. They wasted too much time trying to get that res when they knew it was impossible.
I think with Papra Supermassive, the biggest issue for them here is that they engaged way too much on this fight. They heard how scrappy it was. There's also not a lot of positions for the Eastern teams to take. And I mean, we saw that earlier as Krypton tried to wide wrap on the north side, couldn't find anything, realized they have to take the fight with D+. I think Papa Supermassive could have played this game out a lot slower over towards the west. I think they already did enough by getting a fair few knocks over towards Tiamba. At that point, they should have left. And because of that, now they're being shut down. So I do think for Papa Supermassive, it's a bit greedy. It's definitely a bit greedy on that Eastern side.
Yeah, they've only got the 2 points to show for the match. In the meantime, though, the Wolves are eliminated. So one of the teams on the east side going to be taken out. And actually nobody really getting out of that zone entirely unscathed. You had Reject coming in earlier. Only 2 players there remain. Papra Supermassive, only 1. Wolves didn't make it. Tiamba didn't make it. D+, neither were able to find their way on through. It was a really fraught situation out there and a tough time for all. Now moving our attention to the rest of these zones. Looks like 9Z are competing with Team Secret for this lining of ruins on the south edge, but the zone really kind of nasty. A lot of open ground, not too many spots to play.
Did that buggy just delete the US that was underneath it?
Maybe.
I think it maybe crushed it through the ground.
Well, you know,
I think
maybe it was never
that bad boy's unusable anymore.
Oh well. Hard South Shift actually keeps Gen G's compound in on that south edge, so they'll be feeling happy about that. On the 4 players that they've got alive, the nades going back and forth. Finally, one connects from Team Secret over towards 9Z. And they are looking for more as well. A bombardment continues from Team Secret, expending a lot of utility here.
I mean, fair enough as well. It's a very nadeable position. Don't really want to expend your life for these elims when nades will do. Fortunately for them, they get 2 players very low.
That looks good. Oh.
Well, there you go.
I thought that was going to get 2 there. Looked like it was right on his head. There's another nade, and that will be good as well. And finally, there is a re-knock in response, but that should be rezzed up. In the meantime, Tron B did go down, so Papra Supermassive are eliminated. 9Z still have the run out against Team Secret, but they're being penned in by Loops, who have flexed up here, Blank. So have Inner Circle. They have got a lot of pressure sent into this fight, and maybe these are the only elims you find. Loops want to slam into the back here, as Team Secret struggling to make their way through.
Yeah, it's a fight that... I don't know where Dockel's going, honestly. These are the most crazy sprays, right? Not even very much on target, but getting the job done here as Loops puts up more points. Team Secret just wants to get a couple to finish this one off. I mean, they can't even do that. I mean, Team Secret's been underwhelming this tournament.
Yeah, at best, it's really not been great for them. They do manage to pick up a point there. The flush did come through posthumously, and now 2 players are stepping out. Loops moving in, continue to picking up these elims. 6 found so far. The heal needed to come through. Does manage to top himself up. Loops are going to fold back. Happy with the 6 that they found. They do need to start to think about breaking south and how they're going to be able to navigate this terrain.
This is definitely a circle. I think Max is just highlighting it now where hovercrafts would be very, very important. It's horrid. It really is horrid. And having a hovercraft to just set up as maneuverable cover, and quite a large bit of cover as well, towards the center of the map here, you could set up a veritable compound. Unfortunately, I haven't really seen one. I haven't really seen any hovercrafts in the circle so far. 9ZG does get taken down by Loops, who have been extremely opportunistic this game and succeeding off the back of it.
I mean, rightly so. You do need to be. The Falcons trying to break west as well. They have got 3 elims already. A little mound to be playing around with, but you can see they want to go further. They're trying to figure out these smokes with APG, or the remnants thereof, rather. Out to their west, they do need to worry. GS in a death fall on a vehicle. I hate that many players being in a vehicle, and this might be why they are getting lit up a lot. Heavy, heavy, heavy damage coming through from Inner Circle. And I imagine from across the way, 2 of them are going to fall down. Despite the fact that they had a pure numbers advantage, there is just an off angle coming through from Loops, I believe, from Inner Circle as well, just taking chunks out of them as they go. A lot of damage done, but they do keep 3 alive for GS. Why
are we taking that fight as the circle's coming in? I mean, they could play a lot further down towards the south side and just hold them out regularly. It felt a little bit dangerous to go for that. Again, GS do come out on top with 3 players though, but by that time, you already have squads taking shots. Loops look to make their way up there, but it's the Falcons who are profiting the most off the back of this one. And this is a full field finish. It's disgusting. It's horrible. No one enjoys this.
Yeah, it's a really bad time for everyone. The GOAT split, though, I kind of like it. I feel like they're probably in the best spot. They've got control over both flanks of this one, as Falcons starting to add to their elim tally. They're up to 6 now. They're burning through more, and they're up to 8. Almost joining Loops up on 9. A really swift consumption of points there for the Falcons. Playing as 4, they're all the way out in the east, but I do think that it's going to be such a difficult task to get past GOAT on the hold. Not holding in the circle, but holding so many other sightlines that contribute towards it.
Yeah, well, I mean, both their spots are in the next zone, so they will have to move off that. I think no matter what happens going forward, you are going to be in a disgusting spot on the map. Right? This really does come down to how well you can set up your vehicles, how well you can set up the smokes. Rafina likely to go down here. Koa drops out the vehicle, but it's now valid to put the final nail in the coffin. I think that Falcons have a very good chance on this game.
I mean, they certainly added the points to it. They're having a good game either way. But GOAT have now started to extend out into the field. They've moved up into the open. They're playing these hay bales. Gen G yet to transition away. They're following in the Falcons' footsteps, and actually a big pickup over onto Koa out in the open for Falcons. That is a pretty hefty limb lost. And they're starting to maybe have some danger stepping out and into these fields. Gen G being held out as well. Falcons maintain that east position.
Koa going down is bad news, actually, for them. It's going to be hard to pick him up as well, but he was their front position there. Gen G, once again, with these nice rotates towards the end game. It's a pretty low elim count game, but from where they were playing, I don't think they had too much chance to get too many eliminations on this one, so they have just sort of staccato stepped their way in. Killer Joe moves up, will pick up the elim with the shotgun, and being able to place himself here is a big deal. I think having Koa there was the one thing that would have allowed them to actually punish over towards GOAT. Sadly, not to be. And this lineup is actually now very, very good from GOAT. It was getting here that was the issue, but they have succeeded.
I think it was all based on that pick onto Koa as well. Being able to find the Falcons. If the Falcons had continued on their pressure as a full 4 on that north side, I feel like they may have had a better chance of holding GOAT back, but GOAT have moved at the right time repeatedly at the end stages of this game. The Falcons on the east point, though, can stay where they are. It's Gen G who have to move the entirety of their team. GOAT can regroup, Falcons can regroup, but it's all onto Gen G.
Gen G getting out from this spot's difficult. It's very open ground for them. We'll see how they want to pull it off. Kraken right now is the big picture. AWM in Vic's hands. Been a while since we've seen this bad boy on board. The Abacam also popping off in the hands of GOAT.
Swapping to the different scope. You can see Gen G now starting to get found. But it's Redox to get the first. Claws is down. I don't know if that's going to be resable. I think they still have time if they pop it immediately. So they should be able to get that one back up. Killer Joe under pressure from nades. That's not going to go the distance, but go out on the field. Actually spotted by Dammy, who hits the deck in time. And now Falcons trying to take shots out their way. Maybe more preoccupied, but yeah, I don't think he's going to last too much longer here. As Gen G continue to stumble their way towards this zone, into the vehicle, a last mad dash for it. Maybe looking to cover Dammy off and get the revive there. No, I don't think that's going to be possible. Claws just has to try and settle for any sort of cover. Nate is starting to pour in from Ralph as well. The healing does come through, but Narvalo is down in the meantime. Ralph in danger as well. They know his tree. That nade should be on target. Will it connect? Of course it will. Killer Joe nails the shot, and now GOAT don't even need to go for a 4 versus 4. There's no four-man teams left.
Yeah, I think that honestly, Ralph had a pretty clear and easy shot of the nade onto where he was playing, and that's all of them gone. That's all of them gone.
How did Gen G have 3 players alive? I guess one of them was down and is just ticking away, right? Oh no, he's getting the heal. How do they have 3 players here playing? That is absolutely insane given where they were sat before.
Yeah, I mean, this game has just been pretty much consistently moving away from teams who had good spots over into open ground. Even from zone 3, I think there's so many unplayable spaces. It ruined Alter Ego's day, Team Secret, Tiamba, Papa Supermassive. Basically, the circle has been the executor of the lobby. Gen.G gets very lucky on this shift, by the way. Very lucky.
Get the advantage, but there's the AWM starting to pop off. It's an immediate double knockdown, and Gen.G, sure they might get lucky on the shift, but GOAT are still in the fight. And now it's just Quick who remains. He is in the next zone, but he can't do much to stop GOAT from moving forwards altogether. And Killer Joe making a beeline for it, immediately charging on in. Has got another tree to play around, launches it forwards, isolating which tree he's playing on. Position now given away fully. And it will be the open ground to conquer it. It is GOAT to take it all. Falcons couldn't find their way in from the north side. Gen.G looked like they were maybe onto something there with the shift, but the double spray down works wonders. And GOAT finally closed down another game, convincingly holding a late game scenario, which is exactly what we wanted to see from them.
Yes, but there is a yes, but here, okay?
All
because
right.
the circle was horrendous for basically everyone. I think GOAT is fortunate enough to get to that point in the game. I think that doesn't happen if GOAT isn't as strong as they are in terms of their firepower, being able to get to that point. Regardless, it's a weird match. It's a weird match. It is nice to see GOAT close a game down, though, and that will see them high up the tables for sure. And Alter Ego now has another team breathing down their neck. As is APG. It's a bit disappointing to see APG go out. But there is now a possibility of that happening.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely not what they were thinking about at the start of the day, but as time goes on, teams will catch up. As we said, right? They need to keep pace, even if it's minimal. Wasn't done that game. Go. Stretch out instead.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, turn it way up, turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
And it's GOAT that get the chicken dinner in the field finish. That is where GOATs thrive, Max, man. And they got it done right here. By the way, AWM seen, noticed, not a knock. Oh, I wanted it so bad. Just one bolt action knock. This PMGC, please, Max, please.
We got tickled. We're like, what? You want an Orm headshot? No, you're not gonna have it.
Once I saw the 3x, I was like on the AWM, I was like, oh, it's not gonna happen, dude.
Oh yeah, because no, of course in the fields there's going to be 8 time scopes just growing in the fields, you know, alongside the woods.
Yes, there should be.
It's all over the place.
There should be, okay?
No, he just got lucky, he found one in a crate. I thought maybe he just got unlucky and he didn't have a proper scope in that crate, which is very unlucky when you do have an Orm spawn in one of those, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out. But you know what did work out, Niptura? They still got that win, and they were, before this game, in top 3, right? Just behind Alter Ego. I think we might have a new second place team here after this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I love what they did here, because if you go back and you watch this game again, just focus on GOAT, because they were able to just kind of control the narrative from like zone 2. If you look at their splits, which I know we're going to get to in a little bit here, but you know, able to just control a little bit there, back it up with some really nice eliminations as well. It was really, really nice to see. And again, just very confident, very quiet, very methodical. I loved that from them.
Excellent execution right here, right when they needed it. And this is the problem, right, when it comes to this lobby, just because of how leveled up it is, right? We're gonna start seeing a big point gap. Yeah, this push right here, this was pretty wild here. Luke's getting it done, Rosemary as well. I mean, just overall great fighting here in this match, man.
Yeah, really good engagements. I was really happy with Team Secret. That fight on Loops and Orangutan happening very early on. They're like, well, 3 eliminations, question marks, and they just send it in and get some very easy early eliminations. So very happy with how opportunistic Team Secret have been. They showed that kind of similar playstyle back in PMWC earlier this year in Riyadh. unit once again here. And they're trying to exit the bottom 5. It's a little bit late to do that, of course, but you know what? Still, I am a believer in Team Secret and what they can try and bring to the table. We see these circles, Niptro. As you go deep into this game, a lot of fights happening on the eastern side, and it keeps going towards those fields, low ground. It was just forcing everyone in these fights that they just did not want to take, but unfortunately, they just didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, and it's really where that comes down to the micro, right? We've talked so much about the macro and how these teams work very, very well in their rotations, but the micro is where they end up getting a little bit upset, and this game really showcased that because so much of that had to happen. They were having to just go up against each other, third party, just again and again and again, and really, it's a wonder that any of them were able to come out with still 4 players alive. But as we look over at the rotations, I want everybody to focus on 2 teams in particular. That's going to be GOAT and it's going to be Falcons. Okay, in the early game, they're kind of just doing their thing. They're chilling. They're doing some stuff. There you see Falcons have a big old 1-3 split going on here. But what we want to be really looking at is as we get closer to that end game, you see Falcons regroup. They're going to be over on the south side. GOAT, a big 3-1 split that again they held until from zone 2 onwards. They go over to Ruins. They're coming down south. Then we have another 1-3 split. Just making sure that they have control of the entire western area. They knew the east was super busy. They knew they had this area to themselves. Once that zone shifts, they regroup and they go on their next move. I would have loved to see them maybe go to the north, but the way they played it, another 1-3 split, just keeping that control, especially as Falcons push everybody out of that eastern side into the west. GOAT were able to just kind of play cleanup a little bit more there, and it was just a really, really good game of actually Falcons and GOAT working together, of Falcons just spreading up on that hillside, able to just clear everybody, push everybody to the west, and then GOAT going, thank you very much for those points, and just able to go from there.
I'm really happy you bring up especially the 2-2 split of Falcons going back in a full regroup in the warehouses northwest of Pochinki, because this has been an issue that's been plaguing Falcons, I would say, for a majority of 2025 so far, is they go for early rotations, and upon that early rotation, lose players, and then they're down to a 3, maybe even a 2-man in the worst case scenarios. And your chances of a win just go down significantly after those early casualties happen. But no, I think that here, playing it very passive, Hot Jukes, avoiding any early game skirmishes is what we need to see more coming out from Falcons. And in this game in particular, it was super, super worthwhile for them to do that. So hopefully they can keep that trend moving forward in their next matches on Miramar.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, especially for Falcons, considering where they're at there on the leaderboards, because, you know, you want to be able to put up those consistent points. You got a little bit of a gap right now from that bottom 5. I mean, we could see them pop off, but, you know, the teams that are currently in the bottom 5 have been pretty quiet so far. So I think you put up those points, and then when you get that zone, you got to go crazy, you know? So I want to see Falcons play conservative, Max, but at the same time, the second that opportunity opens up for them, they got to start going crazy. And yeah, you can see that point gap for them. That's 11 points. That's a little bit of breathing room here for the rest of the day, Max.
Actually, this is really good for Falcons. They create a little bit of a bumper for themselves. They had 34 points previous game, and Tiamba had 37, and now Tiamba only get 1 point, but Falcons have 49. They're looking comfortable. They could afford to maybe have one average game and still be outside of the bottom 5, but of course, you want to see a little bit of momentum being built up, and they're looking at the top of the rankings. Here we go. New second place team here, Niptura, and not only that, APG have been slipping. Are we going to have a new first place team after these 2 Miramars? I think that's a very high likelihood of happening.
It is, but honestly, the way that APG were playing in that last game specifically, I think they were just playing it very methodical. Yes, it was an edge play because, you know, that zone just really messed up a lot of players. But I think that going into Miramar, where everybody has a little bit more space, a little bit more of that room to kind of control, I think actually APG are going to come back and do some cool stuff in Miramar. Maybe just keep ahead of the current a little bit here. I just want to point out, GG Narvalo, we finally seen him at the top of the fraggers. We know he can frag out. He's just been struggling, and it's nice to see him back on top here.
Hodrix, I'm sorry, but we got to play on loops. It's in. Congrats. Where's
Ratto
Boy? Where's Ratto Boy?
That's right.
Where is he? Face barely this entire broadcast. Come on, pop off just one game. I want to see him on one of these graphics. It's about time.
Man, make it happen, man. We had that locked and loaded, right? We want to be able to scream that shout from Ratto Boy, right? Let's see if he can finally make it happen. Right now, Loop's currently sitting in 9th place, right? 58 points on the board. You know, honestly, this is what starts to scare me. Where we hit this point in the tournament is we're starting to see some point gaps happen, right? We already see a little baby one between 3rd and 4th place of 9 points, so that's not too crazy. But then you go down to 7th and 8th here in Neptura, right? Papara Supermassive have 71. Wolves have 58. Okay, so right now, I think it's really important. If your team wants to make it to the grand finals, Wolves, Loops, 9Z, especially 9Z. Come on, what happened here today? They gotta pop off right here, right now in Miramar.
No, they absolutely do. I think it's the real talking point here is going to be between the 8th and 11th place. That storyline, those teams are 100% what needs to change now in the next 2 games. 7th and above, they have time. They're doing well enough that tomorrow they're good for tomorrow. They can have an easier couple of games. 12th and below, they've got to work these 2 games and tomorrow as well. But it's going to be so crucial this next game in particular between 8th and 11th. Wolves, Loops, 9Z, and Falcons. They need to step up in these next 2 games in these Miramars, or we're going to be seeing potentially the end of the road for them.
You're talking about Miramar. I'm going to be heavily paying attention to GOAT team and Gen G because, of course, they're the 2 teams that won yesterday's 2 Miramars, right? Gen G won the second one, the first one taken over by GOAT, and so far GOAT has been having a stellar performance in these 2 days. If they can back it up by another good one, I'm telling you, APG might just slip out for the first time out of first position, which would be a crazy storyline, a crazy setup to have going into maybe day 3 here for Group Green. But I don't know what to expect anymore. I feel like we are seeing some teams that are stepping up to the plate, Hot Jukes. There's still that big comeback opportunity. And going into day 3, I think so many teams are going to be close to those podium positions that it's going to be looking completely different by the time we wrap up this entire group stage.
Oh, for sure. That's a fact. You know, with APG, you know, they had 90 points after day 1, right? Now with 4 games so far, 103. That means they've only done 13 points so far today. That day 1 performance has really carried them, but man, they have let it slip big time here in day number 2. So teams are definitely catching up to them. I'm gonna say that lead is gonna get blown if they don't perform right here now. I think that they've exhausted all their bad games to like really be comfortable, Maxman. So if they put up less than 5 points, I think we're going to see a new leader. I think it's totally possible.
I think so. I mean, you asked us yesterday, right, Hot Jukes, how many bad games can you realistically have to still be competing for top 3? I said 1 bad day, and I feel like they've had that bad day. As you said, they've exhausted that bad performance kind of threshold, and right now, if they go anything over that, they're going to be caught back up to. So here, Niptura, I'm looking at the teams below them. Go, Ultra Ego, Gen G. They're looking to have a big performance to wrap up day 2.
They are, because also remember, APG tend to be a day 3 team. If you have a 3-day stage tournament, whatever, we're usually very quiet on day 1, day 2, come out big like a day 1, but on day 3. So if they have a quiet day, they're looking to come back tomorrow. So the teams right below them, they got to be sure that they're going to be safe tomorrow.
Well, we had a whole bunch of fun in the grassy lands of Erangel. It's time to heat things up in the dry sands of Miramar. Let's take it on over to our 5th match of the day with our casters, Blank and John Allen. Let's go.
And it's time for Miramar. Of course it is. We're towards the end of the day now. Match number 11. All the ones aboard. And we will be heading from Impala over to Valle de Mar. Teams needing now the points to stay out of that bottom zone. It is starting to get ever more looming as time draws inexorably onwards. And I, for one, can't wait to see who we're going to be seeing move into those top 3. I'm less keen to see who we're going to be having to say goodbye to, though. That will, of course, be a sad occasion.
And this is also a sad occasion on this playing path. Very tough to work with. I feel like we had a lot of very southern playing paths recently. You hardly see too many playing paths over towards La Caballeria, Campo Militar, so mainly down towards Fatima, Minas Tabay. It's just awkward. It's unfun to try and get out there. A lot of teams aren't dropping down towards Minas del Sur and Partona, but there is plenty of spots on the north side you could drop towards. We do have a shared drop spot here between Tiamba as well as I believe that's Gen G in Puerto Paraíso, which is fair enough. You don't really have too many choices here. Chumacera looks like loops are quite close by, but APG getting to drop in their original position is always fine.
Circle goes up to the east side here. Towards El Azahar, towards Truck Stop, Minas Generalis, that sort of area of the map. Sticks a little bit close to the east coast for probably several of our teams' liking. But for GS, that's good news. For Papra Supermassive, maybe in for a big one, but it's far too early to really call that. Can't really call the shot just yet. Trumby holding his corner. Actually spots Xerus from Team Secret, who's on a bit of a wide split from the rest of the team. But then again, so's Trumby. He's a bit far away from them too.
But again, it's fairly central. It's not too bad for them. I think they can get over towards Truck Stop, even South El Azhar, get a good game off the back of that. Team Secret needs to get a move on, but honestly, I think for Team Secret, it might be over. I think we can start to look at tendencies now as we head towards match 11 now. And I think for Team Secret, there just has not been enough life in them. And starting to feel a little bit more clear to me this team is not going to make it through.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. You know, one of the major contenders for not getting into the top 11, which is where you need to at least continue in the tournament, even if you're not qualifying directly to the grand finals. Team Secret convincingly short of the mark right now in 18 points, with a bubble for 11 sits at 49. 18 points over 11 matches, that's like 1.5 points average, maybe a little bit more than that. It's definitely not going to be enough for them to be jumping on in. They need a real big readjustment. Xerus readjusting, getting out of there, smell something's up. The rest of Papra Supermassive have rolled in, so he wants to try and turn tail as fast as possible. Stay alive as long as possible. Kamikaze, try to change that though. Maybe able to connect. Does tag one shot, but with the iron sights, it's a little bit tricky at that range.
It's still pretty successful QVZ on the iron sights. We're one of the more difficult weapons to aim as well with the iron sights. Never mind, Nico's able to find it.
All right, well, there we go. We did catch up with another one of our teams who has been struggling a little bit. Regiocio will be up for interview. 7 caught up with him just before this game. Don't worry, he is still playing. But Reject have had a tough time. Let's hear about their thoughts about the unfolding actions.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Reject by Regiocio. Max wants to know why you're so bad, but I'm not going to be asking you that. What I really want to know is you're currently 24 points away from 11th place. What is the mentality moving forward?
今11位から24点も離れていますが、今の気持ちをお聞かせてください。
チームのローテーションがうまくいってないのは初めての感覚なのですごく難しい感じです。
As the first feeling, as the first situation that the team rotation is not going well. So, yeah, we're impressed by ours.
Okay, now moving forward, we usually see teams wait until the last day to just play crazy. Are you going to be starting to play crazy now because of how close you are to being sent home?
今からもうぶち上げていきますか。いきます。
自分たちでコントロールするのは難しいので、ちょっと運が良くなればいいなとは思います。
It's hard to control, like it's hard to control, so like we just hope to get a good luck. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm hoping it's not just going to be luck. I'm hoping it's also going to be you guys wanting that win, wanting to get the LMs, because we want to see you in the finals at this point. We want to see you in last chance. Thank you so much for your time. Arigato.
Arigato.
Back to you guys.
There we go. I mean, yeah, I could kind of smell the dejection a little bit coming off of Regiocio there. Hopefully he can pick up his spirits over the course of these games. But it's not looking good for them either. Similar story to Team Secret. It's just not been there.
I think it's quite clear that the rotations aren't great. Most of the times that they're pushing in, it's towards areas of the map that just aren't really all that valuable either to them. And they're worried about picking off pretty strong positions. I think times you've actually seen Reject being inside a powerful compound or a key part of the map towards Zone 2 or Zone 3 has been very rare. They're right now, it's sad to say, but they're currently playing like a team that's aiming for bottom 5, which isn't ideal, right? I know that Regiocio can play better than this. I know Sara can play better than this. Divine's had some of the best clutch moments in the past. He was a monster back on Sandhawk when that was in the rotation. So yeah, this just isn't the way to do it.
No, it's definitely something needs to change. Some adjustment needs to be made. Figure out just what's going on. After having Sarah have so much experience on the global stage with other teams, you'd have thought maybe he could bring some of that intel back, but just hasn't quite been there. Inner Circle, though, I feel like they've been impressive in some situations, but other times they act like a completely different team, right? You've got Falak, who is obviously an incredible player. He's brought so much to the table already and shown off so much. But other times you just see Inner Circle and it's just not there. It's a completely different team. They're susceptible to mistakes that you just don't expect at this level.
I think for Inner Circle, there's actually goodness me, okay. Goodbye, I suppose. There is a case to be made for Inner Circle where some of the fights they're getting into, they are getting caught off guard a little bit, where they're fighting one or two teams. I think that they are aggressively searching for position inside the lobby, and it's not been quite working out. Satan able to rebuff Snake, close the door in his face as well. Yeah, quick underneath, but isolated.
Satan on the top floor does go down to Rosemary. Now it's all just quick. Blast the door off his hinges, but what have you unleashed? You opened a can of worms there. They're going to wriggle their way on over to you. Quick already taking the challenge, but Rosemary, no match for him. Not this time around. A nade in. That should bounce on. No. He just gets around the corner. Just enough cover there to stay alive for a little bit longer. Rosemary can res. Ooh, is this Alter Ego falling like dominoes? No. They'll keep themselves nice and tall, but oh my goodness me. I heard that chuckle from you, Blank, and I think I know why. That circle pop down to the southeast side. Ooh, it's sending chills.
Oh, no, I've got D+ in the lobby as well on the eastern side, getting ready to put their swimming goggles on. They head towards Eastern Island. I'm praying. I am praying. I'd love to see it right here, very early in the tournament. Better than the last game of the tournament, that is. But so far, it would be a very, very curious finish to the game. I would love to see an East Island finish. Good shot from Goat, who are continuing to pop off in terms of performance here. Really nicely done. I'm actually curious to know how many points on the day they've had, because it's a big step up from them. Like I said, with Gen G, IC chasing, yeah, there's not a massive possibility that APG drops out, but there is a possibility now. They've put up, I think the runner is it 20 points today-ish? It's not a lot. It really isn't a lot. And if they do that again tomorrow, I think teams who are really hunting, like D+, IC, Alter Ego, Goat, they could push them out of the top 3 hypothetically.
Sorry, who were you asking how many points earned today? I've got the standings from yesterday evening up. Goat have managed a pretty hefty total, Blank. They started the day on 42, I believe, which is pretty massive of a jump, I think it's safe to say. You know, it's not often you see 52 points added to a tally, but you love to see it if you're a Goat fan. Alter Ego, I think that fight with Gen G was made all the more interesting by the fact that Gen G are chasing Alter Ego on the tables as well. They're trying to establish that boundary, try and maybe find Inner Circle next. Perhaps that's what Alter Ego are looking for.
I think for Indonesia, they must be very proud of this team. The fact they're able to put up 92 points. Oh, see, I'm not massively interested in this fight just because of the way Team Secret's been playing. That sounds very harsh, but I would rather talk about Alter Ego here. But yeah, I think that Indonesian fans must be very proud of this team, and you should be even more so proud by the fact that they're on 92 points, and that's with a lot of mistakes made as well. I think to get 92 and fumble maybe 2 or 3 wins because of bad positioning, it's very impressive. It's very, very impressive.
They can only go up from 92, right? We were talking about where we expect that bubble to be, and if you just look at what happened in the Gauntlet stages, the bubble was 141, right? If you just take that number and
come on.
Use that as a benchmark. We're not going out to the East Island, Blank. I know you wanted it. I know the analyst desk wanted it too, but no. That's just too much. It's not going to happen for us this time around. OG, pretty dead center on this one. D+ though, in a solid spot to the north of Impala.
I mean, that's kind of, it's a winning position where D Plus is currently playing. I do like that spot as long as you can hold it. We've seen the in fact we saw in fact Nepturo will remember this one, but there's a hella uncomfortable game where Team Spirit was playing this position and just completely gave up the ball. It actually ended up losing them a tournament. But for D Plus, I think they can comfortably hold this. It's a good spot. If this shifts down towards the south, they have a very good chance of the game. I think the awkward thing comes in around Impala, where when you're rotating, you sort of have to rotate round towards this small ridge side on the western edge, or you play coast, and coast isn't all that comfortable either for GOAT.
No, it's kind of nasty. I mean, with that high ground as well with D+. That's off it, that transversal. It's going to be pretty tricky. APG, they're on the road again, Blank, but are they going to be able to get more than 13 points today? Only time will tell. They have to stop at a little ridge line. Out into the blue zone. Moving in from the west side, I mean, there is a compound on the west side of this circle that is open, but it's not, I mean, it's not super favorable. Perhaps they're wanting to get up and towards the north side and have more access for later rotations that they'll need. Move up towards loops, towards 9-7 as well.
A lot of teams probably want to be where Papara Supermassive is right now. That area of the map, there's a lot of cover to be worked with. It's super choppy in terms of the terrain, but a lot of times that means you can sort of ladder your way through that area of the map and get a better position later on. Also isolate a lot of fights. I think the difficulty on Miramar in the open area down towards the south side is if you take a fight, it's likely someone else is going to have a say into it. Playing over towards this north side, you can isolate a fight with this sort of terrain, take it, and then move on to your next step afterwards.
Loops. Layering down onto the vehicle. This Raptor boy actually to connect the final spray. I mean, 9-7 are just in this valley, and it's a real fish and barrel situation right now. These Loops are just opening fire, and where'd you go if you're 9-7? There's really not much to do.
Yeah, I mean, 9Z, you just have to back it off. They have to go for that classic wide ramp. Coligo, who has been a tremendous boon for the team in terms of a player, is locked in. And Rafina has his number. Not likely to be living up too long. Next circle shift will be very interesting. Do we go north side or do we go south? If we go south, D+ is having a much better time. Sort of central here, moves off from the water. D+ still have a lot of this high ground to work with, though. They got up there nice and early. I think they're just going to play that one out to the end. I think that if you have that high ground, yes, they could try and move towards a more central spot, but I think it's more favorable to them right now just to gamble.
Try and pick out a winner into the lotto. 9Z moving in. The knock found, and yeah, it's just going to be one of them left playing behind whatever sort of cover you can find. Open ground on the west side here. You can see around those crop dusters. It's pretty barren in terms of that cover. Alter Ego looking to try and chase down. They're now 1 point behind GOAT, who are still alive on the east side, but there's 14 teams and plenty of time for them to fall. We'll see just how far they're able to go. You were talking about that treachery of that coastline earlier, right? And now is really where GOAT are going to start to feel that.
Because you're trying to cross over the top of it. D+ has angles towards you. I think for D+ as well, sending Chips out towards that eastern side is a big deal, considering Chips has showed himself to be really strong on the long range angles. At the moment, very accurate with 3x. So GOAT definitely needs to be worried about that. But not only that, you also have IC coming in from that north side, playing the same coastal area. That fight is likely going to be a bit of a cage match between GOAT as well as Inner Circle going forward. GS, I think, playing in the Longhouse aren't going to have too much of a say in, but that will be the next step for both these squads if they want to continue. Now let's come back a little bit towards the bottom of the tables. This is OG's big chance, right? This is OG's big chance to get out from the bomb 5 in this position. They've been in this position a few times before, but I think this is their best attempt at it from this spot on the map. It's unfortunate I don't have a lot of confidence, but it would be nice to see something.
APG sort of caught in the middle. I mean, OG, Reject both trying to take APG's mojo from day one. It seems like someone's draining it. Maybe it's GOAT. Seems like they are definitely on the up. But a 6th elim found for Alter Ego, and they're now up to neck and neck with GOAT as APG struggles to take the fights with them. Top immediately backing off that fight as soon as he takes damage there. Loops have the high ground over it as well. I don't think all of the APG players are getting out this spot. With Papa Supermassive ahead of them, they are very much locked in here.
Alpha Gaming, again, it's a situation where they need to be really cautious on this sport. It's just not favorable terrain to play. Be really very careful of which fights you take and which fights you don't. Don't really know what Wolves' plan was there to wrap around the front side, get ahead of Loops, then take shots. I mean, it's a good shot from Igor, at least. Another nice nade over towards Neil Zada.
And we'll look to connect with the rest of it. The Bucky run down from Coops. A little bit risky there, as Rafinha is still up in an action. Could still extract a toll, but Coops is folding back on in. Taking shots out the way for Doran, and the Wolves keep themselves alive as 3. They have lost Baton, but they do a lot of damage to Loops. And that might actually allow APG to find a way out, to get through this seemingly insurmountable roadblock. They have to play over the head of Rafinha, though, and that is going to be a bit difficult against Wolves.
And I don't think it's happening. I think Alter Ego's got some really good sightlines onto this. Also, I really like the Alter Ego's currently massively committing to their 2-2 splits. When I say that, I don't mean as in towards the late game, but it's the fact that they are being very cautious. When one peaks, it's only the one, and the other looks to refrag and or cover the angle so the other player can crawl away. So they're being very safe about it at this point in time. I do like the splits. Don't get me wrong. I do like the splits that Alter Ego is making, and they are very successful at times. But I also appreciate now they're being a little bit more careful with how and where they play them. And it's been very useful for them to soften up this northern side. I think they still need to be a little bit worried about Papa Supermassive position just off towards their eastern side, because that is going to be the big roadblock for them in the future.
It is going to be a real difficult hurdle to cross. Go actually clashing on the sidelines here, and we'll find the fight with Inner Circle. Again, another team closer to the boundary of 3rd place than most, but Goat and Alter Ego, well, Alter Ego already took down Gen G. Now it's Goat's turn to defend their podium. They've already dropped that smoke out as well, out wide, and it's unlikely that Inner Circle could go for this flush, given that they only have 1 player standing. He's on half HP, and I think this nade's even potentially from GS going to be coming on in soon. Noki really can't stand up here.
Yeah, Inner Circle's performance has really taken a downward trend today. It's still not bad at 77 points right now. Noki not able to pull out a clutch either, sadly. And GS slowly move on the point. I think that's a smart move from GS, and more confidence and courage we've seen from GS like all tournament, basically. Alter Ego, fair bit of damage over towards Rosemary.
Ooh, Snape and Rosemary both taking the shots over towards Kamikaze, and that's actually Papa Supermassive losing. Oh, they just lost 1. Okay, it was APG that went down there, as well as actually the last player going down from Inner Circle. Goat did manage to get the res and the heal, but now Alter Ego will look at a move over towards Papa Supermassive without one of their players, without Kamikaze especially. This is go time. Alter Ego up to 9 elims. They want to add 4 more, but Krypton goes down for the first. Alva around the side can't get the refrag there. It's Snape who does it, and Alva now moving on in. 2 players swept aside from Papa Supermassive, and they've made their inroad. Krypton outside, look at that, on the oversight, still up on the hill.
Not anymore. Reject finds that Apollo with a long-winded run out off towards the western side, able to catch him. And that is an important off angle there for Alter Ego, now removed. So it is just the 3v2 now, but initial knock goes through from Snape. Really, really well done. Now looks to make his final stand and just rock straight up. What? And we'll find it. Nico with almost the 1v4 there. What an incredible push from him. A Hail Mary in the darkest hour.
A guiding light of Nico for Papra Supermassive. We've been talking a lot about Kamikaze, but there are 4 players on this roster. What a close down there. A 1v3 on the inside.
Just ridiculous maneuvers coming through from Papra Supermassive.
Papra Supermassive to be able to point against Alter Ego as well. No pushover of a team. They're feeling hot today. And it's just, I mean, that was absolutely incredible that he was able to get that push across, play chaos in the smoke, the shotgun shells just landing time and time again. Helped out a little bit by Apollo on that reject knock. And reject looked for more against Tiamba as well. Reject, they do also have an opportunity here. You talked about OG before, but I think this is potentially also Reject's time to try and make the most of it. Unfortunately, though, they are getting cut out of the circle in the next.
Yeah, it's an outside angle. It's a tough approach as well for all the teams on the south side. I'm not too mad at D+ at all for holding this position. Nice nade. I'm not mad at all at D+ for holding this position. You have to gamble on that high ground if you hold it. Sadly, the circle doesn't come their way. So the best they can do is continue to use this high ground to clear out position around them, which is what they are currently doing, and then push off from there and swing out to where OG is currently playing it. OG remain quite silent, but again, for them, a chicken dinner means quite a lot to them. They also get gifted a loot crate. So now's the time.
Ooh, Apollo nearly finding Milo there. Repositions, wants a little bit better of an angle, but the bead is sent out his way as well. Shots upwards coming through from QZ, but where do you turn right now? Apollo is more of a threat than an actual shutdown presence. That's going to keep Tiamba penned in towards the fight. Nico, let's see what more he's got in the pocket. I mean, it's up to Igor to take him down. Can he find the challenge? Not successfully for the first. The shotgun is still there. Sprays it into the dirt behind Nico. Doesn't quite connect on that one. Just yet, there's the nade over the top, forces Igor out wider. That's the shutdown he was looking for. Nico will go no further.
Yeah, it's a great answer. You hear the pin pull, you pull out the Molotov, you force the reposition. Really, really smartly played. OG taking shots from the sidelines now, getting a little bit more involved in these fights.
Reject have lost 3 of their players very, very quickly. OG, you're right, flexing out down towards these hilltops, towards this mountain. Next circle coming through as well. They're clearing out their flanks, and another team is fallen now. It's just Sarah on that side. OG can stay in their building, stay on their 2-2. There's not too much threat from their west side. They can keep this lineup going. Sarah goes down, and again, that's even safer for OG on this southwest edge. Can they keep this one rolling?
Yeah, this is the big moment for them, right? This is their big moment. They have a that they're right on the edge, and probably the next circle is going them out. They have to hope for a western shift on this one if they want to stay alive. There's still wolves over towards that north side, GS as well, but D+ is laying in the hurt towards them.
Plenty of damage pouring out from the south, but D+ are going to have to move now, Blank. With the circle as it is, it's closing away from them, and they have to choose a target. Favian will likely stay up here for as long as he can to try and open that path, to keep that scouting going their way. And that information flow, very, very important when you make these sorts of moves. Favian takes a lot of damage and might actually just be fully isolated here. D+ are making the move now. Down the hill they go towards the last player of Falcons, Ralph. Not stepping up just yet, has this pump action rather behind the vehicle burnout. And will stay quiet. D+ probably don't know about this. Fabian, I don't think he spotted this. Chips is completely unaware. Falcon could be a big entity in this fight. D+ in danger, and they don't even know it.
Did you see the burnout vehicle? Surely you check that. Seems a bit of an oversight here from D+, honestly. I do think the Falcons more than likely just going to sit this one out and not take shots because GS don't have angles on this. D+ can immediately turn. Maybe when this happens, though.
Ooh, those players down on the hillside look mighty tasty as points earnings potential for Falcons, but no, it's discipline. He's staying down, he's staying quiet. GS try and sally forth, but they get backed off. A D+ drag 2 points from them. One more player over the ridgeline. And GS might just be done and dusted. A nade up high, goes long, but he's forced forwards. I think they spotted that one. Chips looking to put that final nade in the cook. Oh, again, just a little bit too long.
See, this is a problem right now for OG. They need to start flexing. They need to start flexing now. Playing over towards this western side is just not going to cut the cookie for them.
That pickup, though, onto Fabian is huge for Ralph.
Pushing out.
GS, his final moments, actually was able to take down Fabian, and they're not going to go back up for him. They can't. They don't have the time. That sightline's gone, and Ralph, I mean, he's still unknown here, Blank.
Should be able to find this for Wolves. Fabian, he's done for. He knows he's done for. Just got the P90 as well, which is sort of unfortunate for him. That will go down. And here's Wolves looking to clean out the rest of the lobby. I think for OG right now, the only I can think that they're not flexing from this position is that they're just looking to pick up the stragglers, get a very low elim, get.
Oh, you gotta do it.
Pick up the chicken dinner.
Oh, surely he looks back out this way at some point. No, Ursel back behind the vehicle, looking for the laydown. Ralph is being so patient here. The question is it the right decision? That's the nade from Doran. Oh my goodness me. Maybe placement's coming on through. There's another player from D+ moves against Ralph. I mean, they don't know about him, but he's actually not that dangerous, it seems. Nolbu's still stepping up. There's a spray down onto Wolves. Nolbu's so low, and Wolves low as well. This is the time, surely, for Ralph to step up. He's going to go for the spray down, and he shuts out D+, looks for the points, and now the Falcons need to come up big. They're up into third place, but OG have spotted them, and this is the time for OG to make the most of it. They only have one player from Wolves alive. It's Coops to deal with. But they haven't got that many points, Blank. They've got 6 elims, sure, but a 7 elim chicken dinner, that's fairly low. A win's a win, though, and you will take it. It's Coops who managed to get the res. Dying out into the blue zone. They're denying here, Blank. They don't want any more points on the OG tally. Wolves deny, and OG will rise from the compound. A low elim game, but it's a win.
It is a win. They get a lot of circle look there. Stay towards one building, flex out towards the end diver. Like you say, it's a low elim game, but it is a chicken dinner. It is a chicken dinner. And like I said, this was their big chance to grab it. It was a strong position that they played for the longest of time. That should draw them out of the bottom 5, though. That's really all that matters, right?
I mean, that's the main game for them at the moment. You're right. Wolves, I mean, they took a solid fight. They took an interesting engagement. I do still question, though, if Ralph could have got more value by stepping up and taking some of those elims earlier on, right? He only had 2 for a long time. If you take 2 elims there, maybe, I think he profited, what, like 3 or 4 points off of that? I think it's a coin toss. I'm not sure. But either way, OG rises to the top. Take a chicken dinner, finally.
Team OG finally get a chicken dinner here in the group stage. Good to see Team India finally put their mark on the board here, because man, they were really behind here. It's definitely going to be a good boost for them, but you can see on the reaction of their face, a lot more work to do here, Max.
Yeah, and lucky for them, no crashes on their compact position pretty much for free the entirety of this game. Good to see Hiniptra an attempt at claiming control, at claiming pushing out the compound, while D+ Kia, Ralph of Falcons that was still alive for some reason, and also Wolves engaging that fight. The elimination feed lights up. They're like, that's the prime time, and we were screaming it. Please, Orangutan, do, and they did. The timing was, and you can see it. Actually, there's no way. That's all the damage they took this game. Only 67 damage for the entire team. It goes to show again, they were not tested until literally the last 30 seconds.
Well, exactly. And you know what? Especially on that north side, those ridges provide cover that you're able to just actually move up, take a little control without being seen too much. So a risk for OG to take as well. But you're totally right. It was a very given it's the zone, rather the house, the compound.
Yeah.
Did a really, keeping them safe and keep covered, and everybody was just more worried about rejects and D plus Kia in the north and the east. But overall, some really, really good stuff of these teams, and OG able to use the timing appropriately, push through, and actually get what they needed in the time that they needed it, right? So often we've seen them kind of too late, too early, not do anything at all. So it's nice to actually see them do something here.
Yeah, good to see at least some cheeky third parties from a distance trying to snatch a few eliminations here and there, so they were definitely trying to stay in the conversation. By the way, we've seen Alter Ego here. They got clutched up disgustingly, like, bad. I don't know. It was a bad time.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say. Looking back at this one, it was fighting against a player of Nico, Paparazzi Supermassive Blaze, were involved in that fight. And that was a great clutch that we're going to be seeing happen normally in just a few seconds in these highlights. But Rato Boy finally involved in a conversation, then Wolves just literally do the worst. This engagement around the ridgeline, Hot Jukes, I don't know what happened there, but that was not the right call.
Oh, it made me sick. I'm not gonna lie. I saw Igor and Baton do like this car rotation, and it just the first thing the guys are just doing too much here, right? If they would have just played together as a group, they would have still taken out loops. They would have had all 4 players up towards the end, and it's just those little tiny mistakes that are going to punish you big time. But you know what? You sometimes you make mistakes, sometimes you're blessed. And for me, looking on the other end, right, for OG, look at their reactions when they won this one. This game was a gift for them. How you utilize that gift is what's going to come into here. But like, before we go to more, let's take a look just exactly how their rotations were for this one. Neptune,
Island finish. Sorry.
And I was muted that whole time. I love this for me. So it's a really, really nice thing for them to see here, because group done this 1-1-1 on the western side, then to the 2 split. They did get taken initially, but I did like that coming in for them. Wolves as well, finally able to take some control on the north. Again, using their advantage, able to win the 1v1s, not really, but still to do some zone, which is what I always want.
Yeah, really good terrain knowledge from Wolves. I was really happy the way they were transitioning. The pushes themselves, I'm a little bit, I'm uncertain how they were executed. A little bit topsy-turvy from them, but definitely the terrain knowledge was on point from earlier today, where they lose players upon rotation, but that trigger discipline, Hot Jukes, was so clutch there to just overwhelm D+ at the right time and extra placement points. I thought he was taking too long, but you know what? That timing, perfect.
It was as perfect as could be. I mean, that's why he's the pro, right? He knows exactly how long you should wait there, and he was able to take out D+ Kia and also sneak one of those points away from the Wolves right there. Akop ends up on top here for the MVP for this match for 2 eliminations. I want to be transparent for the way I look and see this team, right? It's so different. This is their first time, right, playing in the group stage at this level, okay? They get this chicken dinner here and now. Just to have the hurdle of getting a win is so difficult. I can't stress it enough. They finally broken it, right? It was a gift game, but the thing is that I hope it really just pushes their confidence to another level here, because you can even see towards the end of that fight, they were in a 4v2 situation and they still played it very carefully, right? They were hesitant rather than just like, oh, let's go and get these last 2 eliminations, and that allowed Wolves to deny the point here, Max. You can see them, they're in 12th place now, right? So there is 9-point difference between them and the Falcons. So they could definitely push and survive a little bit longer in this tournament, but they're going to definitely need to shut down these games here, and especially this last one for the day.
Yeah, Orangutan got to be careful here. You still need to be able to get follow-up performances off the back of that win. Otherwise, you're still going to remain in that bottom 5. That is going to be their main focal point for day number 3. They're looking at the top of the rankings. Gen.G dropping down in a circle. Unfortunately, been dropping down quite a bit throughout the entirety of today. And then Alter Ego claiming second place once more, Niptro. They finally back where they belong. Second place is good to see. About to break that 3 digits point threshold here. Catching up to APG. They are still slipping, not getting too many points.
just mention here real quick is in match 2 of today, D plus Kia were in 9th place, 44 points, right? Now look at them, 82 points, 4th place, just tickling the top 3 a little bit there. Not much farther for them to go. If they can have another really good game here in the last day of today, or the last game of today rather, they're looking really, really good for a top 3 finish tomorrow.
What a comeback.
Totally possible. Yeah, I mean, I love point sponges are going to come in big time. Gaps are going to be made, and it's going to make things real hard. Top 4 solo performers, of course, it's Ralph, right? With his sneakiness towards the end. Very, very well played. You know, one team I do want to mention, though, right, as we see them in that 2nd place position, Reyes and 9Z, right? He got 5 solo points in this game. So far on the day, they've only put up 15 points, Max, man. What happened to this squad?
Unfortunately, since the first 2 games of day 1, not much has been happening for them. They just are struggling to survive the early stages as a squad, as a full team. Here they got stuck on that transition from early to mid game. Reyes, really good for him, but the thing is, it's cool when you see a solo being able to redeem points. So like Reyes, when all his teammates were eliminated, he got 5 points, which, no, great, congrats to him and Raul, for example. But is that really what's going to qualify you in top 3? If it was Gauntlet and you needed to be top 7, then maybe you'd have a chance. But no, here you need to be at the top of the leaderboards, and this is just not going to cut it. Reyes is a top-tier player from the Americas region. If you don't have backup, unfortunately, there's only so much you can really achieve in these games.
You know, one thing I'd really love to see from both 9Z and Falcons, actually, is maybe just a little bit more scouting on those initial rotations, because I think what we're seeing here is they're getting picked off one by one as they make those rotations in the early game. And I want to say that's because there's just not enough information going out to them. They're not picking up enough info on where teams are, what teams are doing. And if teams suddenly switch up a rotation or rotate slightly differently, then that means these teams are getting just taken out really, really early. And I don't think they're taking advantage of their players to actually go ahead and scout just a little bit more.
I'm actually looking back at this game on the map feed. A team I was a little bit disappointed with this game was going to be Goat Team. Looking back at their position, they had a very clear path to success this game. Or you send it north onto Wolves, or you try and crash onto GS Team. And they got so hesitant right in Iptra, where they just tried to find a free position in circle. With it, at some point, all the good spots are taken. And here they try and put themselves and slot their position between GS Team and D+, and they just get completely sandwiched between those 2 teams. I want to see Go understand sometimes you just got to go for those Hail Mary plays, go for a crash, because eventually if you play passive, other teams are going to abuse the hell out of you and just get easy points in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like as well, you know, I could see what they were trying to go for. They're trying to go underneath those cliffs with D plus Kia on top of them. Then they're probably not going to get shot at all. They're probably fairly safe, but it just was not the case in this circle. There was just too many players, too many angles on all sides. And so, yeah, it was not the way to go for a passive play. I think an aggro would have been much better. And honestly, same to say for Inner Circle. Where have they been? I mean, we've seen them have huge eliminations first day, been very quiet today. I would just love to see them on the same time maybe have been more aggressive onto Goat. We saw them splitting on that eastern side onto the beach area. I would have loved to see them maybe be a bit more aggressive against Goat, a bit more aggressive against GS, for instance, and then just create an opening for themselves in those final circles.
Well, for Inner Circle, actually, they had 62 points after day 1. So far today, if my math is correct, they've only got 15 points. So, fair to say, Hot Jukes, it's not great. It's not going to be
same performance as 9Z.
Yeah,
it's really tough. And this is the thing, is that we're seeing these top 3 get crazy. You got Goat currently in that 3rd place spot, that golden ticket with 95 points. That's a 13-point lead over D plus Kia. Quick, I want this one fast. Which team needs this chicken dinner the most? Neptura, last game of the day.
Last game of the day, I'm gonna say Falcons.
Oh, okay. Max?
Ooh, I'm going to go Reject. We saw a little bit more presence from them in this game of Miramar, so I want to see a follow-up with an actual Reject Japanese win.
So I'm going to go with the same, because if they don't get it right here and right now, I don't think they're going to make it into the last stand stage. Blake, John Allen, who do you think needs to win this last game of Miramar?
Who do I think needs to win? Ooh, well, I think need, first of all, need, I think is a strong word, but I mean, if you want to talk about need, right, it's Team Secret or Reject. If they want any chance of anything happening in terms of their standings, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Honestly, the team I think needs a chicken dinner here is APG to revitalize themselves.
They do absolutely need that because it has been a bit stagnant from APG over to date. Would love to see a little bit more coming out from this team. So far, it's been a little bit lackluster. And like we keep saying, you know, the teams are absolutely gunning for those top 3 spots. A freebie into the finals is what a lot of teams would like right now. Going through to the last chance, nothing is confirmed there. No matter if you are the best team in that lobby, you can still get absolutely ruined just by the circles, in which case you don't make it through. This game is mostly tactical and favors good skill as well as rotations and those gun skill in the late game, but there is that small percentage of chance that just comes into where the circles lie.
I mean, that's why we play these match sets, right? Rather than just having one game and done. It's necessary to make sure that on average, if you're playing better, you earn more points. Make sure that those swings and roundabouts do come into play. We'll see if they can turn things around, if they can make things work for them. As teams start to hit the ground, hopefully they can do so running. We will look to try and push across into the rest of the zone. 9Z on the road, and they will be moving as 3, but they'll be heading out, grabbing another vehicle. At the moment, the circle very, very open. Not too much really to worry about for a lot of our team.
They don't quite make it out of the bottom 5 there. They still need to pass Falcons in 11th place, and that is roughly 11 points ahead. Slightly rough right now for OG, so they need another strong game as well as Falcons and Loops to not do so well. But we checked back in with them, see what they had to say.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Aru from OG, Team India, as many like to call it. Aru, pretty much a free win, I would say. You guys got a total of just 67 damage on you guys that you had to heal. But what I want to do is I want to kind of criticize a little bit, because usually when you get that gifted of a win, we like to see teams being able to get 10 or more eliminations. Why were you guys not able to opt for more elims?
So in the previous days and previous matches, we were throwing pretty much every chicken dinner we were potentially having. And even earlier this day, starting off the day, we had 2 basically free wins, but 2 teams pushed us and we just threw the chicken dinner. So for this game, our #1 priority was to convert that chicken dinner back, because that was super important for us to get that momentum back and to get into the game back, so that from now on we can go more aggressive and try different things to maybe extend for some more elimination points and show our natural game.
I love that, and I love that you kind of explain as to why you weren't able to get that many eliminations. And it is at this point, I mean, now with this win, you put yourself in contention to at least be within the top 11. You're currently 11 points away. What are you going to be looking to do for the next match and also tomorrow? Because you don't want to get sent home early, and you just said you want to be a little bit more aggressive.
So with this team I am currently in, I've never placed below 7th in any LAN official. So yeah, pretty much this was our worst performance by far. So there's no going down from here. It's just all up.
Well, I might be biased because my name is 7. So I'm hoping that you continue on that streak. Thank you so much, brother, and I wish you the best. I'm hoping that you guys at least make it to last chance. Back to you guys.
There you go, some insight into OG's thinking there. I think one of the most interesting words during that segment was currently. When he talked about this is the roster I'm currently on. Not too sure what that means, but well, hopefully they can stick to it, stick to their guns, and keep things going. OG, obviously, having that chicken dinner. It's interesting that they were saying, you know, they threw away a couple of those chicken dinner opportunities. I feel like maybe that's because of the adjustments that they decided that they wanted to make, right? Be more elimination focused in towards these games. Maybe they got that 2 in their minds. Maybe they got 2 in their heads about that. It is definitely possible.
Well, I think that the two chicken dinners they lost on is because they lost the engagements, right? And those engagements came to them as opposed to the other way around. And we sort of talked about as well during that game that it was certainly felt like they weren't trying to ever make a mistake in that match. And there wasn't a chance to make a mistake. GS currently up against GOAT right now. So yeah, it's a great answer. I think so far they've been very honest. And I think that's a great thing for a team to have. But yeah, I think now that they place themselves in a position where they feel slightly safer, where they can start to flex out a little bit more, which is fair enough. I mean, you were down, you look at that point. Now is a position where you're only 11 points behind. You can strike out. And with Falcons not having the greatest day either, there is a possibility for it.
Definitely is. I mean, at the moment, we're watching GS as well, who are looking to chase up neck and neck with OG at the moment. They've taken on the 4v4 Kings themselves, and they've come out looking pretty good here for GS. They have been able to find 2. They've only got 1 point guaranteed right now, but you're pretty sure that that's going to be another point very, very quickly sent on their way. For GS, they're going to be playing on with 2, the first 2 players to go down. So a nice little hop up there for GS, and maybe a confidence booster to be able to do that against, as we've been saying time and time again, the 4v4 Kings. Go.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT have been playing extremely well. They were pretty split, though, let's be honest, on that fight. I don't think they were in the best positions to take it. So for GS, holding on to the concretes is a little bit easier. Then again, I think that's a little bit of an overzealous play from GOAT to try and go for that one. That comes with having a good day and also pretty much winning every single fight that they've placed themselves in. So you do get, I would say, overconfident there, especially for a central spot, because you know what they were doing there. I personally think it's quite a cheeky play to try and pull that off from GS. There's plenty of other areas of the map that you could play in that region. You didn't have to try and take those concretes away from GS in the first place.
Not necessary, no. It's although they have done quite a lot today. We have seen missteps from other teams before, so maybe we can give them a little bit of slack here. And they are still going to play on us too. There is still that potential for them to earn a couple of points, tip themselves up over that 100-point mark today. I mean, definitely catching up towards APG, who started so far ahead of everyone else. They're in that uncomfortable position of wondering what the hell's gone wrong. Reject, though, I feel like they must know what's gone wrong at the moment. 30 points. Yeah, it's not going to be enough, is it? Loops with an outpost out their way. Actually, Loops in an interesting split right now on the hills to the north of Picardo and all the way out west. In Zone 1, I think this is going to be okay, but as teams start to move in towards Power Grid, in towards the west of San Martin, they're going to get cut off from one another. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We head straight down towards Power Grid and Picardo. Around that area down towards South Picardo, it's a little bit difficult to play in, where it's quite open area. I think IC gets a decent spot off the back of this, but you are sort of confused of where you want to play. You don't really want to leave too far out of Picardo just in case it swaps back down here. But there's also the high ground towards Power Grid you've got to work with on the north side, and just this kind of not so easy area just to the north of Chumacera that you're playing around, which is in that valley. There's a lot of variables here to take into consideration. I think a lot of teams are going to prefer to take splits on this one to try and guarantee a strong spot come stage 3, stage 4.
Pepper Supermassive trying to find themselves a strong spot. Rolling over the hills, they found themselves OG. So can OG hold off against the crash? Pepper Supermassive, a fearsome force. Nico hot off his big play in the last match. Got Kamikaze as well, who's been lighting up the leaderboards. In terms of the damage, is that third party? I think it is as well, coming through from inner circle. As Falak has the angle, has to turn away though, as Kamikaze says, nope, they're ours. You don't get a look in here, sir. Back off, but the point is already earned.
Pepper Supermassive just holding on. OG, like what we said though, I think you're absolutely right, John, saying that trying to get a bit more aggressive with things. I mean, WizGod being down isn't ideal for them. but they will end up in an okay spot. Gonna drop down towards Picardo Apartments now. It's a little hard to hold as 3 in my opinion, but certainly possible. And I don't think Papa Supermassive is too bothered about them holding that position either. It's just a weird circle, John, where I think that a lot of teams are kind of unsure where to play in this one. I think this is a little bit of chance, and then how good your rotation is into stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah, it's a game that will be expounded upon in the next few stages. You're right. I think that at the moment, yeah, there's sort of this weird area around the north of Picardo that can contain quite a few, but no one feeling quite safe. It is about setting yourself up for Zone 4, for Zone 5. That's where teams are going to be looking towards. APG, they're out to the southwest of Picardo, and at the moment, they're winning a fight against Gen G, something they haven't been able to do for quite a while, but in the buildings they're in, it's kind of no wonder. They've got some really solid high ground angles there from the top floor windows. Any approach will be noted. Circle goes up towards the north side there, and again, up towards those hills, those really high ground plateaus to the north of Picardo.
Yeah, this is also just awkward. It's a really hard shift as well over towards the northeast side. I think 9ZG is very happy the way this one plays out because they've got access both to the low ground and the high ground playing on this eastern edge. But not only that, because the circle shifts so hard over towards the northeast side of San Martin, they're fine. In the meantime, though, Alter Ego coming up against D3S and the GS squad. Getting onto the high ground almost immediately. Rosemary with a very aggressive push, and he backs it off.
I mean, you say that, but he's already dropped down. He wants more. He's in there with them. Icon, I don't even think you realize what's happening, but the rest of Alter Ego are pouring in through the windows. A waterfall of chaos descends upon GS. They hold Rosemary in the palm of their hand right now as they step in. SO may be concerned about getting the flush, but no. They turn their attention to Krypton, to Snape, and finally GS have an answer. They turn away from Go, and they take Alter Ego down entirely instead. This is a different GS. They're winning these fights.
Pretty hilarious that GS wins the fight versus the second squad in the lobby and the third squad in the lobby. So, pretty dominant performance here right now from GS. I mean, they're a strong squad, but I think both times pretty overconfident for both teams, right? Alter Ego just sailed in there, looked to take advantage of that building. That building's hard to push into as well. There's a lot of areas to avoid the nades. Rosemary, I think that tactic of jumping over the top side and not even spotting the team underneath, the player underneath, is just, it's a little bit wild, in my opinion. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, they break the century with that one elim they were able to grab. 100 points total there. Fantastic stuff.
Hey, you know, 50-point average per day. That should be enough, Black. I mean, that should be enough to see you into top 3. That's what we were talking about, getting over 140 points, around thereabouts, getting up to 150. Starts to see it get a little bit safer, but the question is, what are other teams going to be able to do? If first place is only 150, that does mean that it's not unlikely that the bubble pushes up with it to get fairly high. And it is going to get very uncomfortable towards the top of those tables if they stay neck and neck like this. But if all 3 of them keep accelerating like this as well, over and ahead of D+, then none of them have anything to worry about.
No, I'd say not. I think for D+, they're falling a little bit further behind. But that being said, I think that D+ genuinely have leveled up their game in a massive way, John. I think you look at day 1 for D+ Kia versus today, it's a dramatic improvement, like actually dramatic improvement. Circle shifts over towards the north side again. 9ZG just living La Vida Loca right now. They are having a great time with these circles, but we are heading over towards that plateau, which is a little bit awkward to play in. And there are teams all taking residency over towards Picardo, trying to hold out some semblance of a position on this south side, but guys, I don't know if you've realized yet, but let's take a rain check. The circle's not down here anymore.
Gonna have to leave. Gonna have to skedaddle. Get out of town right now for Gen G. They've lost a player earlier on. I think that was to APG. down on the South Hills. I mean, the east side of the position that he's taken a look up towards, there's really nowhere to go that is uncontested, so they just have to choose a fight at this point, I think. Maybe head towards D+, find a straggler or two.
Hodjuk just rang me on the old PUBG mobile phone, and he brings up a good point. He says that this is actually, it's really huge for teams towards the middle of the pack right now with Alter Ego and GOAT going down. It means it's a massive catch-up. And tomorrow it will make a very volatile leaderboard off the back of that if some of these teams are able to put up a decent performance. The Falcons, realizing now that OG is catching up, now need to put on a bit of a show here. But Koa's already down, and there's no real help here coming through from Ralph. Igor also instantaneously in position and should find those shots.
Yeah, Ralph's going to go down there. Falcons down to one player alive. Narvalo's nowhere to be seen near this engagement. Wolves will be able to get back up to 3, confirm these points as well, and they will stay alive on 3 elims. Wolves, one of those middle pack teams, so keeping all your players alive now, pretty important. It's all up to Narvalo, though, for the Falcons to defend against not just OG, but GS as well, who, of course, have been a bit of a giant slayer this match.
Yeah, I do feel bad for Narvalo a lot of times because I think in international tournaments and tournaments in general, he gets the most playtime out of anyone on his team, purely because he's usually left as the last player alive to try and solo things out. We'll see how far he can go. Again, not a lot of teams will be trying to pick up position in this area of the map either, where he ends up. So should be decent survival, but with 15 teams still being in, there's a lot of squads that need to be chewed through before he starts to even earn placement points.
Team Secret trying to crash up towards T+, but that is not going to go super well. Gen G still yet to leave Picardo. OG atop them in the apartment building. I mean, we see this as a hot drop that we absolutely hate, right? Where teams stay in these apartment blocks and really can't get out effectively. We've seen teams move into this position now late into the game. And the same story seems to be true here, Blank. I mean, OG, if they can hop out the side and get away, I feel like it might be the way to go. AKOP tries to hop around, does give it fancy footwork, but now they're in for the spray down, fight down, and it will be Gen G opening well. Satan goes low, but AKOP has to hop out and give up the ghost on getting his teammate back up. Aru will be denied, and the crossing is cut through. Gen G winning out this fight.
There is a nade sent down, but nothing found as Kamikaze will just enter the fray there, finds a good shot, and Babra Supermassive happy to pick up the pieces. But I think they might lose Nico off the back of this. I'd need to get to him pretty quickly, pick him up and get him on the old fireman's carry back into the circle.
The blue zone stopped. I think they just got some cover, yeah. They've found that cutoff, as you say, on the blue zone. West side starting to heat up there, Blank. What?
Can you believe it? Reject is in the middle and they have a building? What?
That's crazy. They've only got 3 players though. Team Secret about to have a lot fewer as D+ roll up on them. Oh, they're swept aside and their tournament's done, I think, at this point. 18 points on 2 days. They're out. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm not too interested in that fight.
Too busy looking at Reject on the map. Oh my god. Wow! Look at those guys go!
I do feel really bad, but genuinely for Team Secret, the fights are so... They are uninteresting because I think most of the time Team Secret does just fall over. It feels really bad to say it, honestly. Those players aren't bad either. That's the thing. That's what's most frustrating about it.
Yeah. Certainly is not ideal. Inner circle, they've managed to stay alive as 4 throughout all of this. Kamikaze trying to cross on up. E24 to connect the final shot to get the knock, but they're up to the rocks, and that's the first step. Get those reses. Okay, not even going to do that. Just going to send straight into the vehicle and see how much further they can go along the sidelines. Nico not in cover. Are they going to get this res? I mean, Kamikaze's still down in the spot.
Yeah, this is always a death sentence for so many teams. And for Babra Supermassive, as much as I like the fact that they were able to get some elims down towards that south side, you have to prioritize making this wrap up towards the north here. Otherwise, you get held out like this. It's so awkward, this run up the hill. Again, as soon as IC sets themselves up here, anyone on the south side is doomed. They're absolutely doomed. I think Papa Supermassive could have maybe made a run out off towards the western side if they still had vehicles and IC wasn't already looking this way. But yeah, nice shot from Favian. Goodness me.
All right. Okay. I feel like this is, I don't feel like this is the second time that Papa Supermassive has done this kind of thing today, right? Overcommitting to holding out teams towards the edge, not really getting a huge amount of value, and then going down because teams have moved out in front of them, being able to establish themselves uncontested. And I mean, it's not favorable. We want more from them, and sure, they got the flashy plays. At the moment, that's only a 7th place situation.
Okay.
APG clashing with Loops. Okay, this west side has been heating up for a while. It's reached boiling point, and Loops cannot stand it.
It's just they win. Oh my god. The Tiamba's coming. Please help us. I think Reject might be able to pick some points off the back of this, unless APG goes crazy. Nice, well done. And Aiken takes a hell of a lot of damage too. All right, you know, never back a cornered animal.
Just one player now trying to make the move out for Tiamba, and they're stepping forwards. They're just not finding it, Blank. And I mean, it's not ideal, but APG may be just allowed to survive for a moment longer. Reject are going to help out from across the way. How many players have APG got? I think they've got at least 3, maybe even all 4 there, if they can get these reses coming on through. So, okay, 3 players alive. Doc and Top are resable. And they are fairly covered off here. Nobody really on that south side, maybe in a circle, but no, they're covered off behind that ridge. The fact that APG got 3 here, this is nuts.
It's such a facepalm moment from Tiamba. I don't really know what they thought they were doing. Anyway, for Tiamba, complete lack of respect of angles and of the map and geometry in general, and also of 2 players, one of which was on 1 HP. Coming to you now from Miramar, the 6th match of the day.
D Plus just roll up all in the same vehicle and spray down Falak from 3 different angles. I'm pretty sure they did. That's pretty nasty. Favian, though, did get pulled out behind, and I don't think they're going to be able to go back and get him, which is not ideal for D Plus. Reject are hearing all these gunshots on the other side of the mountain and thinking, you know what? It's better we don't know. With only 3 players, they can't afford to try and establish this off angle.
I mean, the Reject blasted Tiamba earlier. I think they did fine. They're good. They're good to go.
Yeah, true.
For D+, this rotate was interesting. It was interesting. I think Favian is most likely down there. It was aggressive. I think I'd be complaining about it a lot more if they got knocked. I'm going to complain about this for IC. Like, why are we not looking this way? We've taken 3 knocks from this position already.
Have they spotted the player drop in? I think not quite. That nade around the corner tags on a lot of damage. Falak's beneath them. Is Chips aware? I don't know if they spotted the player who slid down. That's going to be left down below, though, and Osal wins the trade. Favian is getting more and more resable by the second, Blank. Another nade around the corner. Well placed would be the end for Inner Circle on their day, on their map here. The spray downs are finally coming through. I think that will be, Favian just picked up on the flush. They know that they need the points where they can get them. And try to chase D+ on the tables as well. There's 2 points in it.
This has been probably the most disappointing game in terms of player performance we've seen all group green. Yeah, I know. I saw that as well, and I chose not to comment on it. Yeah, but that shot from GS, what was it? Yeah, I don't know. I want to say the north side of the map is, you know, they're making me happy. You know, there's good stuff happening over there. This south side has just been such a mess. Right, it has been such a mess.
Yeah, this route out of Picardo has been fraught with danger. I think that's the last player of Reject getting eliminated. No, they are down to 1, but players from Falcons still going. Just the 1 player, not Valor. Remember, he's pretty dead center in this one, Blank. And maybe under threat from 9Z on that off angle. Follow so low. Oh, hang on a minute. Chips just fell to full damage on the far side. They are pretty isolated off, though, from IC for the time being. So it may be resable, depending on how far down he is. APG under pressure.
I see. Just wrap around the backside of the concrete. AP APG do have the high ground to work with. Players inside the concretes too. That high ground is very useful to hold on to for APG here. Again, we haven't really talked about it too much, but this actually is a pretty important game for Alpha Gaming to try and secure their position over towards the top side of the tables. A long time coming too. You mentioned at the very start of the game that you wanted to see Alpha Gaming get themselves a win. 8 elims on side for IC as well. So despite it being a little bit of a rocky ship over on the south side, still doing fairly well.
I mean, for D+ and for IC, they are now in a position to actually jump into third place, right? As teams start to fall, placements start to kick in, a couple of eliminations here and there. It can get big. It can get big here, and they're not too far behind at all. 7 points behind for D+, 10 points behind for IC, so a little bit harder, but...
I see. Did you see that? Like how Narvala naded himself to pretend like another team was nading him, so that team wouldn't push him. So smart.
Oh yeah, very clever. Everybody loves it.
How does Alpha Gaming deal with IC now? No, he just nades himself again, and then 9ZG gets worried as well. Huge. Absolutely 5 head.
Well, I mean, you've seen Narvalo. Got a bit of a 5 head to him.
You can't say that. And also, he does not.
Well, we'll see if he's able to big brain his way out of this one, because as a solo against all of 9Z, that's going to be tough, but maybe assisted on the run out. D+ have the control.
Let's try and take some shots. Again, this plateau is the worst. I am surprised we've ended up here on the circle. It's genuinely disgusting. It's whoever can shoot whoever first. And we've got 7 teams. No, because it's just so open. You're essentially handling like 8 different angles at once. I mean, Narvalo's position is really strong, but it's just about in the circle. GS wants to deal with it, but they're getting... Every time they knock one of D+'s players, they rest and then immediately start sending shots back towards GS. Good nade from Narvalo, finds one on towards 9Z as well.
Surely. Oh,
no, that building is actually extremely hard to nade because of this wall right here.
Yeah, they just need to plant one in the corner. 9Z have bigger fish to fry right now as the Sally 4th comes through from GS. They're not going to be able to find too much more, but it's going to keep things slow. And the zone's going to start to move. And now D+ might be able to take shots out their way. APG looking to keep the corral on towards inner circle. T24 hops out. Reefus is ready for the lineup towards Noki. Gets the second and it's immediate shutdown. APG with 3. Now up to 8 eliminations. The 6 teams remain. GS trying to make their way through. The last player for Falcons, Narvalo's still there, but finally 9Z get across. And maybe they'll be able to take it. He's down in the dirt. But with the UMP, he's a fearsome competitor. I think they know exactly where he's playing, though.
They got 28 minutes on the survival time. Gets the knock onto Remix as well. That's a cruel angle. Real pixel peek coming through from Narvalo. No way! Looks for another. This is disgusting behavior. Okay.
Oh my goodness me. He's trying to defend that 11th place bubble spot right now. Was that another one? 9Z are out. Oh my God. Narvalo.
Oh, what a game.
What a survivor. Is APG now lining up towards D+? Oh my goodness me. No one's escaping unscathed here because GS are still going with the shots. The shutdown potentially towards the high ground. Can APG even get down from here?
Narvalo knocked Doc, by the way. And he flushes him.
Guaranteed. Oh,
this is, I mean, disgusting. And now he's in a 1v2v1 with a really good position to play from as well. I think, unfortunately for him, the circle will keep that high ground in play. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Oh. Yeah, he had to drop down. I don't think EPG can get down from here. Narvalo has to push out now, though, and Top has to take the shots. Narvalo needs to win the trade. No, third place. And now it's all up to Top.
He has to stay up on this high ground. Chips can't do anything about it, though,
Well
even with an
played.
MG3.
Well played.
APG closed down the day. They do get a chicken dinner, but this has been the weirdest, the wildest, the wackiest game of PUBG Mobile we've seen in a while.
I mean, these boys better thank Top for being who he is as a player. Genuinely, there is some insane plays. I mean, there was a bit of Reefer supremacy during that game as well towards the concretes, but Top is definitely the guy that keeps this team in check, right? He is the glue between the cracks, which seem to form every other game for APG. Very well played to him there. Also for D+, the day has been incredible. What a performance from them. And we also can't count Narvalo single-handedly taking on the boys from 9ZG.
God, that was marvelous. There was some assistance from D+, from GS on the north side, but still wasn't able to go the distance. Top stood strong atop the mountain.
Man, what was that game? We had Top on top of a rock. They win the game, and that keeps APG on top of the leaderboards. Man, I think this game ended exactly as y'all predicted, Max, man, didn't it?
Yeah. Nitra?
Sure.
It's a weird one? It's weird.
Yeah. Odd.
It was a game, is all I'm going to say.
A
No,
game,
very
yes.
confusing finish. Narvalo as a solo, Top as a solo, Chip as a solo, so many solos, and the solo here of Top with a Mini 14, the king of the Mini 14 sprays it, picking off Narvalo, and then he's off against an MG3. Of course, third-person perspective has a little bit of an advantage. Swaps on over to the M4, goes for the big boy sprays, and he gets himself that big boy chicken dinner. 6 eliminations for Reefus, also saving the day, right, Niptura, against Inner Circle. That man on his lonesome made sure to keep the entire Pakistani team in check in that compound.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff coming in from Top. But looking at these stats here, Reefus with 7 knockouts. I mean, he was really just clearing as much ground as possible for his teammates. I don't even know how they got up on that cliff. We were so focused on D+ and Inner Circle over on the other side of the rock there. But that vantage point allowed them so much control over the north side of zone, over those really open areas, and even across the compound itself. So really, really able to just dominate this lobby just time and time again.
What a crazy game. I mean, we had 9Z at the end, finally being able to put some points on the board. At the end of the day, though, I mean, APG all day long looking like a shadow of themselves from day one. I mean, totally different performance. But with this game, right, it doubles what they've done so far today, right, Max?
But by the way, I'm just looking how much damage they took. Reefus 500 almost. Same for Top. Doc 509.
Wow.
What? How many bullets do you need to shoot at them to take them down? They could have died 5 times with that amount of damage taken, and they're still alive towards the later stage of this game. That's mad damage input taken their way. Whew.
Really different from the last game right there. By the way, right, we started off the game with an interview from Aru from OG. I gotta say this, guys, the best interview we have had so far, right? I mean, I love to hear from him. He was very honest about exactly what's been going on, and I do agree, right? They had 2 games at least they should have won. They're frustrated, but you know, they're in a different spot here, right? They said that they have not been, you know, lower than top 7 in a LAN so far, and I do agree, right? They only got up to go, but it's gonna have to be on the last day of Niptura for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at least they get 1 win here, and you could see them trying to do something in this last game, but again, just not sure. Whoa, hang on a second. Full view there. But for OG, oh, chips. No. But yeah, anyway, the OG coming in here, they just like a little bit too hesitant, waited a little bit too long to let another team overpower them once again. It's been the same story all day, so it is unfortunate, but at least it's an obvious thing to work on for tomorrow.
I want to look back at some of these rotations here from some of these squads, how it was executed here. But Falcons, I don't know what it is. They just need to be down to a solo to do something. It's just
Solo dolo. I mean, it's too effective. It just works.
Yeah, just like, who's going to survive the late game? Maybe nade your teammates if you're stronger that way. I don't. Okay, maybe don't go that far. It's a bit exaggerated. But yeah, the circle here shifting heavily up north of Picardo. Reject, I mean, Blank was surprised, like, no way, Reject center circle. He was very excited about it. He was very passionate, which I fully echo, by the way. It's like, oh my goodness, full squad in the center. Reject wasn't happening the entirety of this PMGC. But then they just instantly crumble after that push from APG. That, by the way, that push Niptura you're going to be seeing here once they enter the western side was just so well executed from the start of that push until the very finishing moments of that fight.
Yeah, it really, really was. You just got to see a masterclass of angles left, right, and center. And we're seeing some pretty decent points up here. I mean, APG, of course, with 24-14 eliminations. I mean, it kind of makes up with the gap that they created yesterday. It kind of makes up for their very quiet day today, right? Because now, with 24 points, they've widened that gap considerably because all the other teams, yes, they moved forward. Yes, we had some new teams in the top 3, but still those points are pretty darn close. So DK coming in with 13 points, GS with 13 points. Like, even now in the final game, the points are pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for Falcons in particular because they were the cutoff, right, Hotchukes, for the teams trying to leave the bottom 5. So the fact that Falcons get a decent-ish game here, the bottom 5 are even in a worse situation than they were before this game. It's terrible.
Yeah, we knew it was going to happen, right? That's what I was saying all day long is you got to be able to perform because teams are able to put up point gaps. And I got to give massive love to the Falcons because they got those points and they're hanging on here by a thread. And it's by just these single players just relentlessly putting up points regardless of the situation.
I mean, you're saying Falcons plural. You should put it, no, singular. Falcon.
Oh, yeah, the Falcon. Yeah, that's right.
The Falcon, one player.
One
Whichever survives, that one player deserves respect. And this time it was going to be Narvalo. And before there was Ralph. Reefer's going to be MVP of the game. It was going to be between him and Top, but here we go. APG, thanks to that performance, remain in first place. 28-point lead created between first and second. Third chicken dinner on the board here for Group Green. Really well done. But otherwise, Ultra Ego, Go. Not budging here, Niptura. Still remaining up there. But you know the D plus Kia, they're tied. One extra point, they could be in the top 3.
Yeah, they could, but it's interesting to see that Alter Ego are still in second place after going out so early in that last game, right? They went out super early to GS, I think it was, over in Power Grid. And so they were out super early, no chance of extra points. But yes, the gap is really close now, but they have not fallen just yet. So Go and DK still have a little extra work to do.
Look at this, though. Our daily MVP, and it's Nolbu there from D+. 2.7 average elims. Average damage is 682, man. D+, they had us worried there at the start, right, Neptura? But then they finally started bringing it out towards the pretty much, right at the early part of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them just gaining that momentum over the course of the day. They've just been better and better and better and much more like the D+ Gia we're used to seeing. So I'm really hopeful for tomorrow now, Max, where we're going to actually have a really good day for them.
And they got a 62-point day today for them. And day 1, they got 33, so they just pretty much doubled their points from day 1 here in this second day's worth of action for Group Green. So really happy with D+. Definitely Hodrix a lot more aligned with our initial expectations from this South Korean super team. And Nolbu in particular, the angle they got on Inner Circle was exactly what you needed. So generally so happy with D+. I do think that now they got that momentum built up, knowing this team, they're going to keep popping off. Top 3 for me is 100% going to happen.
The end of day 2 for Group Green. APG finishes strong. It seems like they were pranking us again at the beginning of the day and throughout the day, but this team was definitely not pranking us. I have Alva from none other than Alter Ego Aries. Alva, yesterday you finished in 4th place. What was the mentality coming into today to make sure that you guys finished day 2 in the top 3?
Oke, Alpha, kemarin di hari pertama kalian di posisi keempat, dan apakah mentality anak-anak dan kamu sendiri yang membuatkan kamu bisa mendapat top 3 di hari ini?
Mungkin kita ya hampir sama yang tadi seperti gue bilang kan, mungkin kita belajar dari hari kemarin apa yang harus kita lakukan hari ini biar setiap match itu nggak kita sia-siakan lah. Jadi kita usahain semaksimal mungkin.
Yeah, I just gonna repeat, like, I think what we did is basically we just do our homework and then we just gonna like see and then repeat, we fix our mistake in order for us not to repeat in the today match, and that's how we perform.
Now, that's as a squad. Especially today, you put up some MVP performances. Yesterday, it seemed like it was mostly Rose Carry at one point, right? Today, as I just mentioned, you put up those MVP performances. What were you able to do from yesterday to today to make sure your gameplay was up to par?
Oke, Alpha, kalau kita lihat kan dari pertama kebanyakan MVP itu Rosemary dan hari ini kamu juga sempat mendapatkan MVP. Apakah yang dilakukan oleh kamu dalam kurun waktu semalaman bisa merubah performa kamu sendiri sehingga bisa dibilang jadi MVP?
Kalau dari aku mungkin lebih ke arah kayak buat naikin secara mentalitas hari ini kan, terus juga harus ada dedikasi yang tinggi lah buat hari ini. Terus mungkin dalam pikiran mindset itu kayak mikirkan gua adalah Alpha Mary.
Okay, yeah, first of all, it would be a dedication, and then dedication and confidence. But then the most important part, I will always tell myself, I'm the Alpha Mary.
Ooh, new nickname. We had Rose Carry, now we got Alpha Mary. Going into tomorrow, you're currently only 5 points away from 4th place. What is it that you guys need to do, and what are the expectations for tomorrow at the end of the day? Obviously, top 3, but do you wanna maybe beat them in top 1?
Oke, kalau kita lihat besok gimana nih kira-kira, karena di posisi keempat itu, di hashtag keempat itu cuma beda 5 poin sama kalian. Gimana caranya kalian bakal mempertahanin ataupun bisa dibilang menggeser APG dari top 1?
Kalau kita mungkin buat besok lebih ke arah main game per game, kita nggak memikirkan yang di bawah siapa atau yang di atas siapa, jadi lebih ke arah kayak kita memaksimalkan setiap game aja biar kita nggak menyia-nyiakan sisa match kita lah yang di grup ini, grup hijau.
Yeah, for tomorrow match, of course, we just gonna focus on ourselves. We just gonna focus like step by step for each game. We don't gonna look down. We don't gonna look up. We just gonna focus what is on our front. And yeah, that's all. We gonna optimize and maximize all the games.
I love that, Alpha Mary. I absolutely love that. And last but not least, anything you want to say to the Indonesian fans that support you?
Oke, terakhir apa kata-kata yang mau disampaikan kepada fans-fans yang di rumah ataupun yang ada di sini, teman-teman?
Ya, buat fans Indonesia terutama jangan pernah memuji kita lah, karena kita butuh hujatan juga, karena setiap manusia belum ada yang sempurna, jadi kita harus ada yang namanya evaluasi terus biar kita selalu belajar lah dalam setiap halnya.
Yeah, for the fans out there, don't give like praise to us. Just keep giving feedback. You guys can give a lot of hate comment. It's because there's no one that perfect in this world. So yeah, with your all feedback, we still can improve ourselves. So I really hope you guys can give a lot of feedbacks in the comment section.
Well, there you go. They want to continue to improve. They want to stay within the top 3 and get that ticket to the grand finals. I'm hoping that tomorrow I get to see not just Alva. I want to see Alva Mary. Can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow, the final day of Group Green.
That's right, the going Alva Mary, navigating the treacherous waters of Group Green. We love to hear from him, man. I'll tell you what, 2nd place, AE is looking pretty good, but there's a lot of teams that are pretty close right behind him here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see who's going to be able to catch up. Maybe the inner circle Mary will pop out. We can just use that on anyone at this point. But no, there's so many teams trying to play catch up for the big 3 here, Hot Jukes. And tomorrow's going to be intense because keep in mind, it's not only just who's going to go straight to the grand finals, also who's going to be going home, because tomorrow some dreams are going to be shattered here. So tomorrow, you better not miss it. It's going to be a great, great day of action.
Yep, absolutely. Bottom 5 are going home. Top 3 are going straight to the finals, and the rest are going to that last chance stage. Neptura, any final thoughts, right? What are your big expectations going into tomorrow?
For Inner Circle to not hot drop full send on Ronda would be great, because we want to see them in that top 3. Okay, I'm just saying, haven't let that one go. But otherwise, I just want to see more from 9Z. I want to see more from Wolves, Falcons, OG. They showed us a tiny little bit of what they can do. Bring that back in the last day, because it is really all just down to those final 6 games, Jukes.
That's right. Well, you know what? APG have a 33-point buffer going into tomorrow, and that's all because of that last game, Max, man. But it's going to be anyone's anyone's game tomorrow, right? So in that mid-pack, Max, right? Who's going to do it tomorrow? What do you think? Predictions for tomorrow?
Gen G.
Gen G. Let's see if they can do it. That's it for today, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's see if Gen G can make it happen.
I ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, man.